on, guys? Welcome back. Welcome back to another one. Hope all is well. I have a few things I want to go over today. As far as since we're getting into the week of the final stretch in the Diddy trial, and this is like routine for what we do over here when we follow trials. And so, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go over a few things, and I also have some mock closing statements that I made up. So yeah, man, I got some mock closing statements that I'm going to read on both sides, the prosecution and the defense. So I have, like I said, I have some mock closing statements that I just jotted a few lines down that I think we might hear in the closing statements. And I also want to go over some strategy for the defense and the prosecution in their closing. And also, I want to talk about their strategy all along, because now I know what their strategy is, because I've been there and we've been listening to the closing. And I mean, we've been listening to the trial, so I pretty much know what the strategy is on both sides. But there's also some strategy down the home stretch. We're going to talk about that as well. So I got some good things to present to you today. Hope everybody's doing well on this Sunday. There's a lot going on in this world, as you know. For those that are too young to remember 9/11, the things that's happening right now is kind of triggering for certain people that actually lived through 9/11. So, stuff is triggering. We know things can happen at any given time, but for me, it's nothing to. I'm not going to worry about it, but just not going to worry about it. But yeah, man, we'll see. We'll see what happens and see what goes down. But anyway, we're talking about the Diddy trial, and I want to talk about the prosecution key points and the defense key points. Yeah, the defense key points we're going to talk about, the jury psychology, breakdown of the legal strategy for both sides, and yeah, defense legal strategy we're going to do, and what the prosecution must prove, what the defense is counting on, the role of jury psychology, closing language. We're going to talk about a couple of the attorneys that I have noted in my notes. I have like a comparison of the prosecution versus the defense, the attorney styles, stuff like that. Recent coverage we might get into. There's something going on today. Talk a little bit more about the judge, stuff like that. I also want to talk about people are talking about the jury instructions right now. We'll get into that a little later. Let's see. Line chat. It's interesting here. I can't. Hold on. Line chat. Uh-oh. Let me see. Top chat. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to have to, before I get started, we have a little bit of spam, which that can easily be fixed. We can just fix that real quick before we continue any further. But yeah, I have a mock closing statement. So I can't wait to say that. But for those that's watching the rebroadcast, please give us a like. That'll be greatly appreciated. Please give us a like. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to take care of the spam right now. We're going to go ahead and Fix the spam. Let's see. Let's go to custom. Let's go to days. All right, so that should take care of the spam. You know what I mean? So we got to go ahead and take care of that spam. I got a few other things here. Let's see. Let's do it like this. Okay. All right, so we good now. We don't have any more spam. So the spam is done. Sometimes we get a little bit of spam, guys. That's how it is. Get a little bit of spam. All right, so let's get on into it, man. For those watching the rebroadcast, please give us a like. That'll be greatly appreciated. Also, share as well. Share on your community walls. Share this on your community walls, or wherever you want to share it. And subscribe as well. And for those that's watching, please give us a like. That'll be greatly appreciated. I'll ask you throughout this presentation. All right, so let's get on into it. And we should be having a guest a little later. For the closing arguments in the Sean Diddy Cohn trial, both the prosecution and the defense will aim to tie together all the evidence and testimony in a persuasive narrative. We're going to give you a breakdown tonight of what each side needs to highlight in order to be most effective. So I have a few things jotted down here that, because, I've been listening to this. I've been taking notes of my experiences and stuff like that. So I'm acting like I'm the jury. So when I say that certain things they need to highlight, that's just coming from my perspective as a juror. Like I'm acting like I'm a juror. The only difference is I'm not the jury, actually. I'm not a member of the jury, and I'm not going to be privy to any of the information they're going to have in that deliberation room. So only thing I have is my notes from what was presented at trial. Now, let's start with the prosecution key points for a strong closing statement. Pattern of abuse and control. Emphasize the consistent behavior across multiple victims, showing a pattern of manipulation, coercion, threats, and abuse. Highlight how this fits the legal definition of racketeering or a criminal enterprise if applicable. They're going to have to, because right now we see the pattern of abuse and everything like that, but they're going to have to tie this in. They're going to have to tie it in to fit the legal definition of racketeering or criminal enterprise if applicable. Credibility of witnesses. Reinforce the consistency of witnesses' testimony, especially those from alleged victims, even if they were emotionally difficult. Address and deflect any credibility attacks made by the defense. Now, why I say that is because the prosecution is going to have a rebuttal closing. Remember, they go first, the defense goes second, and they get to have a rebuttal. So they go a second time. So that's why I say they have to reinforce the consistency of witness testimony, especially those from alleged victims, even if they're emotionally difficult, and address and deflect any credibility attacks made by the defense. Physical and digital evidence. Emphasize videos, photos, text messages, financial records, or surveillance that corroborate witness stories. Use any travel logs, wire transfers, or flight records to prove logistics that support the testimonies. Criminal intent and conspiracy. Argue that Diddy didn't just associate with wrongdoing, he orchestrated, financed, and benefited from it. Show how his inner circle, bodyguards, assistants, associates were a part of carrying out the acts. Preempt jury sympathy. Remind the jury not to be swayed by Diddy's celebrity, wealth, or public image. No one is above the law. Now let me go back for a second. They're going to have to show his inner circle, bodyguards, assistants, associates were part of carrying out the acts. The problem is, though, we haven't heard from the bodyguards. We heard from a few assistants. We have. You can call them associates if you want, but we haven't heard from the bodyguards or KK. That's a problem for me. It's very problematic. They're going to have to get around that. That's why I actually put that bullet point in bold when I was working on this presentation. I put that in bold because it's a problem. And then I put in bold preempt jury sympathy. Hey, Oval Queen, give me a second. All right, I'm back. Um, all right, so let me go back. Yeah, preempt jury sympathy. I already said that. Remind the jury not to be swayed by Diddy's celebrity, wealth, or public image. No one is above the law. Now let's go to the defense. So that's the prosecution key points that they have to cover. Now I have to go to the defense. Like I said, I'm not on one side or the other. So I wrote some things for the defense. Reasonable doubt. I put that bold and I put that number one. The defense primary goal is to remind the jury that the prosecution has not met the burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt. I'll say it again. The defense primary goal is to remind the jury that the prosecution has not met the burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt. They got to hammer that home. And even in the close, even when they're almost done, they got to hammer it home one more time because they only had one shot at it. Point out inconsistencies, contradictions, or missing evidence in the prosecution's case. Like, for example, where is Christina Coram? Where are the bodyguards? They have to point that out. Where are the other adult entertainers or talent or whatever you want to call them, or male exotic dancers? Where are they? And why didn't they show up here? Character assassination versus evidence. Argued that the case is built on emotional testimony and an attempt to demonize Diddy rather than solid prosecutable evidence. Witness credibility and motives suggest that some of the witnesses may have financial, personal, or professional incentives to lie or exaggerate. Highlight any witness who received immunity, compensation, or attention for their testimony. Number four, I had mentioned this before, there's no smoking gun here in this case. There's not. Point out the lack of direct physical evidence linking Diddy to any specific crimes. No video, no confession, no direct order documented. Again, no video, no confession, no direct order documented. Now, you might say, well, Max, there is a video. That's not proven. That video, and yeah, although that video was bad, it's not proven RICO. Celebrity targeting. They might want to talk about this. In a subtle way, raise the idea that Diddy is being targeted because of his fame and success, playing into the conspiracy or scapegoat theories without appearing desperate. They can touch on it without appearing desperate. Because if I'm the jury, they should know that I would not forget that. So if anybody from the legal side is listening to this. If I'm on a jury, I'm not going to forget this. And I'm not going to forget that at this last stage, I'm still confused. And I've been watching these cases for a very long time. Just to give you a perspective on me, a background, I've been watching these legal cases on this channel since Aaron Hernandez. I know my way around the courtroom, and I'm not a lawyer, and I'm still confused. That's a problem for the government. Alternative interpretations offer alternative explanations for alleged events. For example, consensual relationships, business arrangements, jealous ex-partners, etc. Okay, they can talk about that if they want. But again, point out that there is no smoking gun. Point out there's no smoking gun. Point out the lack of direct physical evidence linking Diddy to any specific crimes. No video, no confession, no direct order documented. As far as, and when I say no confession, well, he hasn't, you know, made a statement, to police. There's nothing like that. Like the last trial we followed, this guy gave a statement to police, and that pretty much ended his case. Do Diddy have to testify on his behalf in this case? If I'm a juror, absolutely not. I don't even care to hear from him now because I damn near got my mind made up because I'm very confused at this point. And this is coming from, I consider myself a professional trial watcher. Okay. I don't even know if that is a thing, but I consider myself something. Because, like I said, when I be watching these trials when they're not popular, I can name a lot of trials we followed and it has not garnered the attention of Diddy. So we've been around for a while. Some of us in here has been around. And we're looking for some, we know that you have to put it, before we put somebody away, you're going to have to meet your burden. All right, so that's a few things for the defense. I'm spending a little bit of time on the defense here. The reason why I'm spending a little time on the defense side here is because I feel like there's a lot of videos. They're not balanced here. They're not balanced. They're against Diddy. Okay, I don't know if they're getting any incentive to do that. I'm not sure, but it's obvious that they are. It's obvious. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news because you guys think you're getting tea, but those jury instructions are not finalized yet. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news to you, but those jury instructions that people are reading, they're not finalized. Not yet. The judge has not done that yet. And also, I don't care about that until the jury gets to hear it. So it's not finalized yet. And it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean, oh my God, Diddy is done. So you're not going to hear that from me. I've been doing this before they even watch jury trials. I promise you this. And let me just say this again to you guys. I'm not throwing shade at nobody. So don't get in the comment section think I'm throwing shade at nobody because I'm grown enough to mention names. I'm older than all these people. So if I want to mention names, I will mention names. I'm not afraid. I see these people. I see some of these people, not all of them. And I'm not afraid to mention names. I'm older than all these people. When I graduated high school, these people were in grammar school. All right. I'm an OG here. I'm an OG here. My age says I am. So I'm not afraid to mention names or anything like that. I don't have to. I'm just saying in general, these people are against him. And my question is, do they have any motivation? I'm thinking they do. So that's why I'm spending a little time on the defense key points on what they need to point out to the jury. And I just want to say this again. It doesn't matter what they think. And it doesn't matter what I think. The jury is the most important people in the courtroom. They decide everything. Let me just say this. Did you know this? The jury is very unpredictable. You might think this is a slam dunk case, huh? Don't you? Somebody out there think that, don't you? It's not. I've witnessed trials where they thought it was a slam dunk, and that person walked right on out of there, that courtroom. You want me to give you an example? Casey Anthony. Oh, everybody thought they had her. They thought they had her. But guess what? Jose Baez spent about an hour on what reasonable doubt is. He spent an hour on it. And guess what? She walked right up out of that courtroom like Diddy could do within a few days. He can walk right out of that courtroom. The reason why I'm saying he could walk right out of that courtroom, because I watched the Casey Anthony case. I watched it. I watched Aaron Hernandez's second case. Not the first one, the second one with Jose Baez. He was found not guilty on all charges. Everybody was shocked but me. I wasn't shocked about Casey Anthony because he hammered home what reasonable doubt was. And he presented his case a certain way, even though they only had one shot at it. It left a lasting impression on my mind that she was not guilty. I didn't say she was innocent. I said she's not guilty. That's a difference. See, people think when people are found not guilty, that means they're somehow innocent. No. When somebody say render their verdict not guilty, they're not saying they're not innocent. They're innocent. They're not saying that. I said that too, Sharice, that Brian Still should do the closing. But whoever do the closing, they just have to point out these key facts and they'll be good to go. The reason why, like I said, I'm spending a lot of time on the defense because I think there's a concerted effort to knock the defense. I've heard somebody say that Brian Steele is not a good lawyer. I heard somebody say that. That person's a robot. Don't worry, after the trial, I will be naming names. Don't worry about it. And I will have their names in the title. Don't worry about this. My oldest people in here know how I get down. I am not afraid of the funk. My oldest people in here know this. I'm not afraid of the funk. I will be naming names and saying that who sent you. I will say that. I'm not afraid to do it. It's just not calling for it yet. And I might not do it. I may or may not, but I'm not afraid of the funk. I'm not afraid to say who sent you. Okay? I'm not afraid to say who sent you. Somebody sent you. Somebody sent you. Because all I got to do is go back to your oldest videos and see when the spark happened. All I have to do is do that. And then I know that a lot of people deleted a lot of their old videos. I've done the same thing, so I can't really say anything to that effect. But yeah, if I want to, I will make a video on it. But I don't know yet. I don't know if it calls for it yet. I don't know if it does. And the reason why I say who sent you, because I really want to know. Just, because maybe somebody in here might want to get employed by who's employing you guys to make some money. So that's why I say that. But again, the defense have to hammer home reasonable doubt. The defense primary goal, again, is to remind the jury that the prosecution has not met their burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt and point out the inconsistencies, contradictions, or missing evidence in the prosecution's case. And that's it. That's all you need. Even though you only get one shot at it, I'm looking at the defense because the government has the proof. They have the burden of proof, not the defense. And I wouldn't hold it against Puff that, or let's be professional and say Mr. Combs. I'm not going to hold that against Mr. Combs that he didn't testify. He has a Fifth Amendment right to be quiet. Just to put it in layman's terms, he has a Fifth Amendment right not to say anything because the proof is on the burden of proof is on the prosecutors. And again, they just have to keep up the energy and not put us to sleep. Other than that, I'm going to remember everything the defense said, believe it or not, even though they only go once. I'm remembering everything they said. And the reason why I'm remembering everything they said, because I don't think it's fair that they only go once. I don't think that's fair. So I'm going to show them favor if I'm a juror. just to let them know that I'm showing them favor. And I'm going to say this: the prosecutors, their opening statements were dull. They were dull. Their closing statements cannot be that dull. They don't have to be long either. They don't have to be long. They just have to put the narrative together. That's it. And like I said again, the defense have to point out that there's no smoking gun. It's a circumstantial situation. So they could bring up again celebrity targeting. Diddy was being targeted because of his fame and success, playing into the conspiracy or scapegoat theories. Jury psychology, reminder, both sides. So the prosecution will try to anchor emotions and reinforce the theme of justice for the victims. Okay? The prosecution will try to anchor emotions and reinforce the theme of justice for the victims. The defense will try to shift the focus to the law, insisting that the facts don't match the accusations, and pushing the concept that emotion should not override reason. Right. So I said that again. The defense should try to shift the focus to the law, insisting that the facts don't match the accusations, and push the concept that emotion should not override reason. The legal strategy. I'm going to go with the prosecution first, and then I'm going to go with the defense again. Again, the pattern of racketeering tie together various acts of assault, drug trafficking, um, sex abuse into the cohesive enterprise. They're going to have to. They're going to have to tie it together somehow. Burden of proof met. They're going to have to say that the burden of proof was met. Show the government proved the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what they're going to have to do. Corroboration of testimony. Emphasize multiple witnesses telling similar theories. Consciousness of guilt. Refer to the alleged efforts by Diddy to intimidate or silence witnesses. Victim impact and credibility. Lean into emotion, but back it with facts. I put that in bold. They're gonna have to, yeah, lean a little bit into emotion, but they're gonna have to back it with facts. No celebrity exception. Undercut sympathy or favoritism towards Diddy. The defense legal strategy again. Reasonable doubt. Remind the jury that the standard is high. All right. Yeah. So the defense, reasonable doubt, they're going to have to remind the jury that the standard is very, very high. And it's not high with them. The burden of proof is not on the defense. In fact, Did you know that when the prosecutors close their case, the defense could stand up and say, we rest our case if they wanted to, because they really don't have the burden of proof. Lack of physical evidence undermine the government's case by focusing on the absence of objective proof. Discrediting witnesses suggests motives like fame, money, or revenge. Alternative explanations, other plausible alternatives to the prosecution's version. Guilt by association, argue that Diddy is being blamed for others' actions. Now, what do I mean by that? He's being blamed by others' actions. Well, um, yeah, just like that. See what else we got. So, yeah, being blamed by others' actions. I put that there. Overreach by the government, frame the prosecution as going too far. They could go something like that. These are just some of the things I jotted down as this trial was going on, because I was looking at it as if I'm a juror. I want to hear certain things. So the prosecutors, they, like I said, they're going to have to define this racketeering criminal conspiracy and explain how they are arguing Diddy orchestrated or facilitated a pattern of criminal conduct. Because he's not a gang member. He's not a gang member, and he's not a mafia boss. Okay, he's not out here whacking people. So they're gonna have to define to me why this racketeering and criminal conspiracy applies to him. The defense is counting on this right here. They have to explain the concept of reasonable doubt again. How the defense attorneys pick apart witnesses' motives and challenge the idea of a criminal enterprise. You got to challenge that. Discuss how emotional testimony, celebrity status, and media influence can affect how jurors view the facts. Closing language, though. Listen for phrases like burden of proof, consciousness of guilt, corroborating testimony, and circumstantial versus direct evidence. You're gonna hear that. You definitely gonna hear it. Definitely gonna hear that. What I want to do right now, this is kind of like something that I put together. Y'all gonna find this hilarious. Oh yes, y'all gonna find this hilarious. I have a sample closing statement that I wrote as I've been going to the trial. So I had a little bit of time to get it together, but this is something I want to hear in this closing because I've heard the opening. So, Antoine, I made my own. What's up, man? I made my own closing statements for the defense and the prosecutors because I don't take no sides here. But this is what I want to hear. But I'm telling you right now, if the defense, if anybody's listening, if you're an analyst or anybody, I'm on y'all. I'm really leaning on y'all side because you only got one shot at this. And I already know that the prosecutors have to prove this beyond reasonable doubt. I can't think that Diddy's a gang member. I can't think he's a mafia boss. I said, you know what? It's likely that it's very likely that he ran a criminal enterprise. No, 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 no. I have to know that's what he did before I find him not guilty. I mean, before I find him guilty or not guilty. Because if I don't know, I'm gonna have to say not guilty. I didn't say he was innocent. Remember this. See, people are getting this mixed up here. They saying just because you say, "Oh, you saying he's not guilty," "Oh, you hate women, you hate this," blah blah blah. No, I'm keeping my emotion out of it. I didn't say he was innocent. I said not guilty. In this late stage, I do not feel like they met their burden yet. But what's going to happen is I will be in the building for closing statements. I will be there. I'm not going to be there Monday. I'm not going to be there tomorrow. I got something to do. But I will be there for the closing statements because that's very important. I did say, well, I wish Brian Steele would be the closer. It don't matter who the closer is for the defense, as long as they hammer it home. You know what? The defense don't even have to take that long for me. An hour is good for me because I know that the prosecutors might take a little longer because they have the burden. They have to connect the dots, and this is what I would like to see from the defense. Some people, you got to say this. Some people in the jury, they learn by seeing things. So I would like to see some presentations, whether it's like a whiteboard or a blackboard or something that you have. If you want an example, go to Jose Baez's closing statements for Casey Anthony. That's what I want to see. It just looks good. Or Jose Baez's closing statements for Aaron Hernandez. That's an example for me, where you have stuff to illustrate. That's all y'all need to do. And y'all don't have to do it that long. An hour or less, that's it. And all you have to do is say, Max, this is reasonable doubt. Max, they have the burden of proof. And I will keep y'all in mind in the deliberation room. Trust me. I will keep the defense in mind. That's it. Because remember, everybody on that jury don't been to school. Everybody. They're not stupid. Everybody been to school. And you don't even have to go to school. But hey, man, they New Yorkers, man. You know what I'm saying? And I've heard that already. You know where I got that from? Somebody in the courtroom said, Max, these are New Yorkers, yo. They not buying this. So remember this. The jury is very unpredictable. Just when you think that you have a slam dunk case, do not take it for granted if you're the prosecutors. Please do not take this for granted. You might think, yes, I met my burden, but you're going to have to hammer that home. You're going to have to connect the dots. Because just when you think something is sticking, it's not sticking. Just when you think something wouldn't stick, it is sticking. We all know that the jurors could be very unpredictable. I'm not just talking about this jury, just in general. O.J. Simpson case lasted so long that I turned another age. And guess what? That was one of the quickest verdicts ever. Nobody predicted that they were going to deliberate that fast. So just keep that in mind. With that being said, let's have a little fun. I just wrote I had put this out in my notebook, jotting it down while I was in court. I wrote about 5 paragraphs. This is the prosecution opening statement by Max. Your Honor, may I please the court? I got that from Jose Baez. Your Honor, may I please the court? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is not about celebrity. Now, remember this. This is the prosecutors now. This is in my words, but I have also something for the defense as well. So just to let you know, I'm not on sides. I have something for the prosecutors and defense. Now check me out. May I please the court? Yes, Max, you may. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is not about celebrity. It's about wealth. It's about power and how Sean Combs used that power to manipulate, threaten, abuse, and silence. Over the past few weeks, you've heard disturbing testimony from multiple victims. Their stories were not rehearsed. They weren't rehearsed. They were raw, emotional, and consistent. Different voices you heard from, same pattern. drugs, coercion, isolation, and violence. You've seen the messages, the photos, the financial records. You've heard from people inside this circle. This wasn't random, folks. No, it wasn't. This ain't cap. I'm not capping. I wouldn't use that. If it was a, I put a note here. If that was a young audience, I would say that. This wasn't random. This was orchestrated. This is what the law calls a criminal enterprise. One man at the center, calling the shots, shot caller, huh? Enabling abuse to protect his empire, enabling abuse to protect his empire, enabling abuse to protect his empire. Do not let power rewrite the facts. The evidence speaks clearly. Hold Sean Combs accountable. Find him guilty on all counts. That's what I wrote down. All right, so you know I got something for the defense. Oh, yes. Because I had dreams of being a defense attorney at some point in my life. It just never panned out, but I did. I had aspirations of being a defense attorney. So you know I wrote something in my notes for the defense. Oh, yes. Your Honor, may I please the court? You most certainly can, Max. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for being here. I thank you for your service. You have endured 7 weeks of testimony, and that you have taken time out of your life. With that being said, I'd like to thank each and every one of you personally. I would like to thank each and every one of you right now. You have a very hard job, and I don't take that lightly. You've heard a lot of stories in this trial, dramatic, emotional, even sensational. But the stories are not proof. And emotion is not evidence. And I repeat it again. You need to know this. Emotion is not evidence. That's not evidence. The government has built its case on testimony from people with clear motives, some of who are suing for millions, others who haven't spoken up in years until headlines gave them a platform. And that's no lie. Where is the hard evidence? Where are the police reports? Surveillance footage? Let me stop right there. Where are they? Where are the police reports? The surveillance footage? None. DNA? What you got instead is a case stitched together from assumptions. That's what you. That's what this is. A case put together with assumptions. The prosecution wants you to connect the dots. They never connected themselves. Mr. Combs is not a perfect man, but this case isn't about morality. It's about criminal liability. And the government has failed to meet its burden. I repeat it again. The government has failed to meet its burden. I'm going to repeat it again. And I'm not repeating this because I think you're slow. The government has the highest burden of proof. They must prove this beyond reasonable doubt. And the government has failed to meet its burden. We only get one shot at this, folks. We only get one shot at this. If there is doubt, and there is, trust me, you must return a verdict of not guilty. This is the law. This is justice. Again, if there is doubt in your mind, you must return a verdict of not guilty. This is the law. That is justice. That's just what I wrote. Trust me, I could have cooked some more. That's just a little bit of summation because I had to be fair. Because the last opening, I wrote like 6 paragraphs. I wrote 6 here. So that's jotted in my notes. Guys, I can put a closing statement together like nobody's business. I'm talking about with illustrations. I would have each placard with each defense, with each witness. I would have their picture in bold, and you could see in quotes near their face what they have written, just so that the jury could see it. Because you know why? That's not going to put them to sleep. Just merely standing up there talking is not good enough to bring him home. That's not good enough. I want to see some pictures. I want to see what they have written on the side of those pictures. Even if you have a whiteboard, use something. Don't just sit up there and talk. If the prosecutors, if they're going to do that, let them do it. But they can't sit up there and talk either. We need some illustrations. And I guarantee you that's going to be very effective. The defense have to hammer home what reasonable doubt is. I promise you this. If they hammer it home and it resonates, he's coming home. He's coming home. He's coming home. I don't care how you feel about him. I take this very seriously. That's why I put my emotions aside. Did you know this country put to death a 13-year-old because they said he did something he didn't do? Just because people come out and tell stories don't mean he did this. It don't mean that. Okay? And also, if I'm the defense, I'm going to point out in my closing statements how when she originally presented him with that book. And then after that, she presented him with a number. This was a money grab. I don't care what y'all saying. I'm not against Puff, and I'm not against Cassie. So be it. She got her money. She been on the shelf for how many years? That woman wanted some money. I'm not knocking her for that. But I was born during the day, but I wasn't born yesterday. Okay? Miss me with it. Miss me with it. I don't dislike any one of these people. That was damn near extortion what they did to him. That was extortion. Oh, here's a number. Now I'm coming to you the number. What you deserve? You don't deserve no money, but I get why you asked for the money. I get it. You guys have been broken up. You guys been broken up. Why he need to give you $20 million for it? Go get a job. Go get a job. But I also know at the same time I can understand why she wanted the money. I know that. I know why she wanted the money. This was damn near extortion. Okay, I didn't read your book. What did he want to read your book for? Okay, he didn't read your book. Now all of a sudden you come in with $30 million, and then all of a sudden that's what this was about. This was a money grab. Missed me with it, and her husband was in on it. Okay, that's what happened here. And then it went public because he didn't settle quick enough, and it went public. And here's why we here. You cannot convince me that somebody up top he pissed off. Somebody up top he pissed off. I'm sorry. So the prosecutors are going to have to prove to me beyond. They're going to have to. They have the burden of proof, and they're going to have to connect them dots. If not, he got to come home. This is bullshit. He got to come home. This ain't no damn criminal enterprise, man. I lived through John Gotti. I remember Vin the Chin Chiganti. I remember Michael Francis. He's still around. I remember his father, Sonny Francis. The fuck is this, man? Miss me with it. Miss me with it. This ain't no criminal enterprise, man. This is a romper room show. Bert and Ernie. Man, this is Sesame Street, man. Bert and Ernie. Sitting up here playing on my intelligence. Just because some women came up and said this and that. And he's still paying somebody's rent. and paying for her lawyer. Not guilty. And I don't have nothing against Cassie. I'm glad she got her money. But that's what she wanted. She didn't want to be here. She didn't say she hated him. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on behalf of Mr. Combs, please stand, man. Please stand, Mr. Combs. It's been an honor to represent you, man. It's been an honor to represent you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time. I would have won that. I would have won this motherfucking case for him. If I was a lawyer, he lucky I ain't no lawyer. They lucky I'm not a lawyer. I would be sitting up there screaming in court, yo. Just how my voice is now. They would hear me. Okay? You can't sit up there and be monotone with these New Yorkers. You got to bring some emotion with it. Come on, man. You got to bring some emotion with it. I'll bring that man home, man. Straight up. That man will come home if I was a lawyer, man. This was a money grab, fam. And we ain't even knocking her. I will put that in my closing. We not knocking her. I know why she asked for the money, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Objection. It would be an objection. But they would still can't unhear it. Sustain. I know why. Okay? He put her on the shelf for so many years. That woman wants some money. Objection. Sustain. You can't unhear it though. Sir, can we approach? You shouldn't have said that. All right. Well, I said it. I apologize. Let me keep cooking. I'll have that jury laughing. They'll be laughing at this point. Let me please let me finish. Judge, please let me finish. Okay, I'm out of line, but please let me finish. This man's life on the line, Judge. Let me finish, man. I would bring that man home. He would come home, man. I would bring him home. Or it'll be a hung jury after I'm finished. Either he'll come home or it'll be a hung jury. And I guarantee you the next one will be the same way. Because I would bring it even more. I would be really intense. Okay? That's what I would do. Stop playing with me. This ain't no damn criminal organization. It's fucking Sesame Street. Laced with baby oil. That's what this was, man. This is Sesame Street, man. Bert and Ernie. He's still paying Bert's rent. Okay? He's still paying Bert's rent and her legal fees. I know y'all ain't crazy. Objection, Your Honor. Sustain. Sir, if you do this one more time, Judge, I apologize, but my guy life on the line. Okay, you can disbar me if that's what y'all want. You can disbar me. Once I say that and bring all that emotion, the jury not gonna forget it. I promise you that. I'll bring them home. And yesterday's price ain't today's price, because you know my price just went the fuck up. Promise you that. I would not take a case I don't believe in. Never. Jose Baez only take a few cases a year, if that. I know this ain't no criminal enterprise. I don't care what no vloggers are saying. I don't care. Just because you're going to believe the vloggers or you're going to believe your common sense. And I'll drop the mic, yo, and sit right back down, yo. I'll hug them and sit back down. I'll give them a hug and I'll sit back down, yo. That's it. I'm either going to get a hung jury or a not guilty all the way down. Stop playing with me. This is a money grab. But what I would do is, for each person that testified, I would have their picture there, and I would have quotes on what they said next to their picture in bold so they could see it. That would be my presentation. I would have slides and everything, just like Jose Baez. Jose got to be the gold standard, in my opinion. I've seen this man pull off 2 miracles in his career. When I say 2, he pulled off 2 fucking miracles. I've seen it. I seen it. And I saw how he did it. The judge would say, sir, we're going to have to approach you. You need to calm down. Judge, I apologize. But my got life on the line. Okay? My got life on the line. I'm not caring about getting disbarred right now. I would say that in court, yo. I would say that. I would say that. I would be with so much emotion, they would have to take the jury out for a minute and calm me down. The jury is. I will leave a lasting impression on them. Either he's going to get a hung jury or not guilty. I promise you this. I promise you this. I promise you this. I listen. I'm feeling myself so much. I would have brought Nature Boy home. I promise you, I would have. He needed the right lawyer. He didn't have the right one. That's why I'm not like, damn, man. Maybe I should go back, yo. You know what my whole thing was? I was going to represent people that couldn't afford it, that couldn't afford with good representation. That's who I'll be going after. Because I believe everybody in this country should have good representation, even if you can't afford it. Even if you can't afford it, man. Even if you can't afford it. So that's how strongly I feel about this shit, man. That's why I watch it. I'm the 13th juror, man. I promise you this. I'm the first one that said I was that. I'm the 13th juror, man. Straight up. I've had judges and lawyers hit me up, said I did a great job. That's all I got to say. Um, Whatever happens, like I said, I'm not against the prosecutors. They doing their job. I'm not against the defense. They did a hell of a job. I'm not against Cassie. I'm glad she got her money because she was put on the shelf for damn near 11 years. She could have been something. She could have been like an Aaliyah or something. She could have done more with her career. Actually, she could have been an actress. Or now they say actor to be politically correct. That's what I really believe. She could have been all of that. She could have been all of that. I'm not reading no messages that are leaked. I'm reading what's evidence now. I've been at court every day. I'm listening to the evidence, yo. I'm not reading nothing that's leaked because they doing that on purpose. They try to taint the jury. Okay, that's what they're doing. I don't want to read nothing leaked. This man is not guilty. Period. Not guilty. Okay, that's what I strongly believe. He's not guilty. Now, what's going to happen is, like I said, I'm not on the jury because if I was on the jury, it'd be a hung jury, or we coming home, or he coming home, one way or the other. And I don't even know him like that. Me and him would never have dinner together. He would never invite me to his house. But I don't care about all that. I care about the evidence. Have they proved it beyond reasonable doubt? I'm not talking about you, Classy. I read your comment, but actually added on to what I was saying. So I wasn't singling you out, just to let you know that. You heard me? I wasn't singling you out, but I like that you added into the to what I'm saying. Now, am I biased? The answer is no. You know why I feel this strong? Because I sat there in the courtroom and listening to this, and I don't think they proved this beyond reasonable doubt. I do not think so. Not yet. If they change my vibration in the closing statements, guys, I'm going to tell you, they changed my vibration and they got him. I know what everybody's saying, Max. They got him. I got him. That's what y'all said with Casey Anthony, and she's sitting home right now. That's what y'all said with her. But Jose Baez proved with reasonable doubt. You know why it's like that? So that an innocent person will not go to jail. That's why. We have too many innocent people behind bars right now. We have to, yeah. If I was his lawyer, it wouldn't be 50-50. I promise you that. Me, Brian Steele, and all them, it would not be 50-50. You'll be giving him an 85% chance of winning. That's how I would have came with it. Okay? That's how I would have came with it. You let me cross-examine Kid Cudi, I promise you y'all would have been laughing. I promise you. Excuse me, Mr. Cudi. Um, you can agree that you had a very big, beautiful house, correct? Yes. Where's the surveillance system, man? You ain't got no surveillance system. What kind of craziness is that, man? The judge like, sir, will you please calm down? Sir, please. Now I'm asking him a question, Judge. It's just the way I'm asking. Sir, let me rephrase the question, sir. Let me rephrase it. Okay, I'll rephrase it. You mean to tell me you ain't got no surveillance? The fuck out of here, man. Sir, we have a sidebar, please. Can we have a sidebar? Yo, the jury be like, yo, this dude off the hook, yo. This dude really believe in his client. He really believe in him. I'd be like my cousin Vinny, yo. I'd be like that. Off the hook. Okay? Off the hook. You didn't have notes. Okay, sir. This is after the sidebar. Okay, sir. Let me rephrase again. I would like to apologize for the court for having emotion and feeling for my client. I'm sorry. Objection. Objection. They will object me again. All right. Well, let me finish. Let me rephrase the question. Sir, you didn't have no surveillance in your house and you got two Porsches? You mean to tell me where's your priority, sir? Objection. 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 They would have been objecting me so many times, it'll be crazy. They'll be objecting me so many times. And I need to, you know what I'm saying? I got guys, can I get a few more likes, man? What y'all want me to do, man? What y'all want me to do, man? Y'all want me to sing a jingle for you, man? Can I get some likes, man? You want me to be a crooner for you right now? You want me to start crooning? Let me get some likes. Let me get some likes. Please hit the like, double tap the screen. That's all I'm asking for. What do you want me to do, man? Y'all want me to show my teeth, yo? What do y'all want me to do, man? Let me get some likes, man. I know somebody's sitting up here cracking up right now. Let me get some likes, man. Come on, man. Let me get some likes, please. Can I? Please. Can you give a brother some likes? In my Captain Kirk voice, can you please beam up some likes and give me some likes as of right now? Because I'm on one. I'm on one right now, man. Let me get some likes, man. Y'all stop playing with me, man. Let me get some likes, man. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. I'm put y'all on hold for a second, man. What I gotta do to get some likes, man? What I gotta do with y'all, man? Do I gotta get some baby oil for y'all, man? Like, what I gotta do? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Come on, man. I know somebody. Listen, I know somebody sitting there right now getting offended. Listen, don't you know what we going through right now? Did you read Iran? Excuse me, I've been saying it wrong. Iran. Have you been reading their Twitter, yo? Have you been reading it? They just showed us a missile, man, saying that y'all gonna be seeing this real soon, man. Did y'all didn't read that? They sitting up there trolling us, man. Guys, I sat there. I listened to man. Shout out to T, man. I sat up there and listened to T's speech. It sounded like he was at the Oscars, man. Like for real. Stop playing with me. Y'all give me some likes, man. Y'all give me some likes. It sounded like he was at the damn Oscars, man. Okay, it sounded like he was at the Oscars when he announced that they did the bombing, man. Correct me if I'm wrong. It sounded like he was at the Oscars. I said, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy, Jesus. That's what I was saying. Lord have mercy. That's how I was talking, man. Lord have mercy. We are screwed. You hear me? And then Iran, they sitting up there popping it, man. So we need some type of laughter, man. They sitting up there popping it. They say, yeah. They showed us a missile, like, yeah, we might have to use this. You know what they showed, man? They sat up there. They sat up there and showed a nuke, man. That's what they showed to us, man. They like, look, we need to. They said they raised a red flag and everything. They said we getting ready to just like we getting ready to go the distance on y'all, man. Like for real. Ain't no more talking. All right? Ain't no more talking. So we need some type of laughter. Yeah. So um that's why I said, man, give me a like, man. But we getting back into the show. Celebrity, if you're around, if you want to come up, be my guest. I think I gave you the link if you're still listening. Um, but let me just say this to you guys real quick. Just because I feel the way I feel, don't mean you gotta agree with me or anything like that. I think y'all already know that. You guys already know that. Whatever you feeling is what you feeling. But I was acting like I'm one of the attorneys. I told you, man, I'd be like my cousin Benny, man. They'll be doing all type of like warning me. Yeah, they will be warning me left and right, man. Left and right, I'll be getting warned. What's up, Firefly? How's it going? I'll be getting warned left and right to calm down. Yeah, stop playing with me. My client coming home. Get all that. That's what Brian Steele was doing with young uh young Thugger. Man, he almost got locked up over it. He was defending him so bad, defending him so hard. So that's what I'm talking about. Oh man. Yeah, so hold on one second. All right. yeah, so that's all I gotta say. Y'all know how I be doing. Don't pay me no mind, but I had to do my presentation. We went over everything today. I thought it was pretty good, informative. Guys, I even had an opening. I had even had a closing statement, man. Well, a brief one. You know, I was gonna write it more to make it like five, make it longer. But I think I did something. Yeah, Brendan Paul was kind of nice. He wasn't a bench warmer. He was kind of nice. He got injured or something. That kind of derailed his pro aspirations. But he was kind of nice. He tall with it too. He was a point guard, shooting guard. Shit, he was good enough to go to UNC, the University of North Carolina, and then he went to Syracuse. He's pretty good for sure. Yo, we had Uda. I brought the energy just now. You missed it. Uda, you missed it. That's my man Uda right there. Happy birthday. Everybody wish him a happy birthday, man. Happy born day to him. Happy solar return. Happy 360. You know what I'm saying? Happy solar return. I see you Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? Monday I gotta take my old earth to the hospital. I mean to the doctor. And then Tuesday I'll be there with y'all for the duration. Yo, man, wish my brother happy birthday right there. That's my brother from another, man. I only met him. I've only known him from this trial, man. But you know how you meet somebody, you feel like you know him? That's how he is. So happy birthday to him, man. I feel like I know him, yo. I feel like, and you know what? He inspired me because I wasn't going hard enough. You know, I be doing these, yeah, guys, but nah, man, you got to go hard with this. This dude is putting in the work, yo. He putting in the work. He putting in the work, and that inspired me to do it. This is a form of entertainment, so you gotta bring it. Yeah, wish him a happy birthday, y'all. Um, check his page out. Hey, Firefly, can you go to his page real quick and get his link and share his link here, for please, or somebody please do it for me. So yeah, he and matter of fact, check him out in the morning because I'm not gonna be there, but check him out. He'll be there and he'll be giving you the latest and greatest. And you never know what you're gonna see. People pull up stuff like that, so you never know. So check him out tomorrow. Hey man, we gotta help each other, Uda man. You putting in the work, so it inspired me to because people like, man, Max, you gotta show some emotion, man. You gotta like my cousin said, you gotta show some emotion. That you gotta do something. It's entertainment. You gotta do something. But yeah, so he'll be there tomorrow. I'll be there Tuesday through the duration because the trial is almost over. Like I said, closing statements. That brother's not guilty, man. I didn't say he was innocent. He not guilty. He not guilty, man. That's how I feel. And I never met him. My boy met him though. My boy used to work for him. Truth be told, he ain't say a bad thing about him. But I never worked for him. So, but like I said, I never know him. What I'm trying to say is I never met him. I don't have no, I'm not getting paid to say this. I just listen to the evidence. And that's just how I feel. Okay, there go Uda's page right there. Antoine know how I am. I know Antoine since high school. We're for justice. Justice is not putting somebody away that shouldn't be put away. That's not justice, man. Now, with that being said, Yeah, I like that. He coined that, guys. Freako, not a Rico. It's a Freako. He coined that hashtag. It's a Freako because it was. Now, if it's a law in the books for being a freak, but then he guilty. I'm just telling y'all that. I thought I was. Nah, he a freak. Straight up. Okay. If freak is a crime, then he guilty. Then what can I say to you? He guilty as fuck. That's straight up and down. We need to laugh, yo. Iran out here trolling, saying, yeah, y'all gonna feel it. If you my age, we've been through 9/11. When 9/11 happened, I was working at Prudential in Newark, New Jersey. And we was out of work for 2 weeks because of that. So we need a laugh, yo. I need something to laugh at. Yo, Uda, you turned up for your birthday yesterday. I was watching your live chat, man. Um I couldn't make it. I was gonna come out there where you was at, but I couldn't make it. I had the responsibilities here. But man, if I was out there, man, I would have bought you a bottle. Straight up. Me and you both would have been out there wilding. I would have had a bottle, you would have had a bottle, all types of craziness. It would have been insane. I couldn't drive out there though. I would have had to take the train. Because I'd have been ripped with you. You wasn't even ripped though. You weren't drinking nothing hard though. You weren't ripped. If me and my boys came, you'd have we would have had, man, we would have had to call you a cab, man. Everybody would have had to call a cab home. Bro, it would have went crazy. Man, listen. Once I found that was your birthday, like, okay, it's his birthday, okay. My birthday is in August. So I would have celebrated your birthday. We would have celebrated together, man. You gotta celebrate birthdays because the way things out here, man, it's a blessing to get old. You young though, but you know what I'm saying? You a young man, but I'm old, man. I told somebody today, it's a blessing to get older, man. For real. All this stuff going on out here. August 8th. Yep. I also run a sports channel, Buffs Nations Daily. I follow Coach Prime and them and Shador and them. And his is August 9th. Yep. Either August 7th or August 9th. But yeah, August 8th. I ain't gonna be doing too much um for that. I was supposed to be out of the country, but the way things is, my mother got sick, so I can't do it. But yeah, man, we celebrating life, just being here. As you know, the little things in life, man, is not money, it's fucking life, man. Just experiencing, enjoying it, the good and bad. That's what I come to learn as I get older. Thank you, I appreciate it. She doing better though. And she listened to you in the mornings, dog, when she cleaning up the house. She put you on and she put Miss Knockout on. But she put you on because you bring the energy. She needs that energy in the morning, so she be listening to you. She think you on TV. I said, you think he on TV? She said, yeah, he on TV somewhere. I said, yeah, he on TV, ma. You on TV, Uda. She think you on a network somewhere. I said he independent. I think she saw something of you on CBS. It was either on CBS or something. She saw something. Somebody did something, did like a cameo, and you were talking. I think that's why she think you on TV. She saw that. Yeah, it was NBC. She saw it. It was NBC. I didn't see it though. I don't know how she saw it. I didn't see it. She was like, "Yeah, that's the guy that's on TV. He on TV." I was like, "Okay." I didn't know that. I was gonna say that to you Tuesday. I didn't know you'd be on TV like that. Yeah, she saw you. And my cousin saw you too. He was like, "Yeah, he on TV and all that." I'm like, "All right, I didn't know that." Okay, that's where she saw it. It was NBC Case episode, guys. Case episode 4 on YouTube. Y'all check him out. It was a nice little. She said it was a nice little segment. So y'all check that out. He was on NBC. That's kind of big though, to be on NBC. You can put that on your resume now. That's actually on your resume. Um, yeah, that's kind of big actually. Yeah, she's better now. Limitless money. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, she is much better. She back wanting to know what's going on, man. She like, what's going on with Diddy? And I was like, we gonna find out, but it's almost over. But one thing I do take away from this, I met some people out there that I will be collaborating with in the future. And New York is a big place. I'm back in the tri-state. So I'm gonna be doing some different things. I want to go to, it's this park up there in Brooklyn that's overlooking Manhattan. I want to do something out there. This is overlooking. It's a nice spot. I forgot the name of the park. It's in Brooklyn, and it's overlooking Manhattan. I forget the name of that park. It's a real nice area. I want to go out there and do a recap with a few vloggers and stuff. I'll drive. I'll just pick everybody up where everybody is, but I want to do something like that. Maybe go get something to eat or something if anybody down. But yeah, man, it was nice meeting some of the vloggers out there. It motivated me to get on my hustle. So yeah, everybody out there hustling, man. Few people came from out of state too. We got Celebrity Scandalous coming back. She'll be back Tuesday. She'll be there Tuesday morning, I believe, and I think she going up there. She coming back for the closing and stuff like that. Free Diddy, Free Diddy. They had the Free Diddy shirts. Um, Thank you, Limitless. Thank you for the blessing. Thank you for the blessing. I appreciate you. And so yeah, so it was interesting. It was my first federal trial where there's boots on the ground. There's gonna be Uda. I don't know if you know this. There's gonna be two big trials coming up. I know you're gonna be there for Luigi. For Luigi case coming up. That's a federal case. It's at the same courthouse. And also Rex Heuermann, the alleged serial killer. That's a state case. That's gonna be two big trials coming to New York City. So I definitely will be there for that, for sure. Boots on the ground for that one, for those two cases. Luigi is gonna be crazy because he got support from all over the world. Yo, he gonna it's that trial is gonna be real crazy. So just to let y'all know, that trial is gonna be crazy. Yes, thank you for the support, Limitless Money. Thank you. Louisiana Hustle in the house. Shout out to the hustlers, Louisiana Hustle in the house. It's been a while since I've been to Louisiana. It's been years, years. Good food out there though. Bro, I'm about to go back inside. It's gonna be hot Tuesday. It's gonna be 100 Tuesday. Yeah, that trial could be bigger than Diddy's. It has the possibilities of being bigger than Diddy's. It's not. I think it's. Is it Prospect Park? Um, I just know how to get there. I think it's. It has like it's like people run out there. It's like a spot where people can run, and it's a nice view of the city. There's another iconic view as well from Roosevelt Island. That's another spot out there. But I'd rather go to the one in Brooklyn though. I believe it's Brooklyn Bridge Park. Is it? I believe that's it. Now, I don't know. I gotta go look on my I have it on my maps. I went there the last time I was here. But yeah, it's gonna be freaking hot coming up. Soon it's gonna be a hot one. Tuesday. I got it written down, Antoine. I got it written down somewhere. When I tell you, you'll know exactly what it is, what park it is. Time is, I guess I'm gonna go back in. I gotta get up mad early. Let me see. The amount and the headlines and the healthcare and stuff. That might not be big as Diddy's, but it'll be close, I would say. Yeah, it'll be almost close. Be almost close to Diddy's. I'm not sure. Hold on, I'll be right back. Almost close. I mean, it's gonna get a lot of attention just because of the whole case and the healthcare and stuff. It's gonna get a lot of international attention again. And then the serial killer, the alleged serial killer Rex Heuermann. I don't know when that's gonna start, but that's gonna be interesting. I wanted to go that Brian Kohlberger on trial, but that's across country, man. I don't know if I'm doing that. So yeah, it's gonna be across country. So but I'm not sure. That's gonna be an interesting one as well. The reason why it's gonna be interesting because his public defender is like really good, but I think they got him dead to rights. So he just looked like what he is. I know he's innocent until proven otherwise, but he looked guilty. Yeah, he looked guilty, man, for real. Yeah, he has a public defender, but she's really good. She's highly respected out there, and she took on the case. And he didn't give any statements either. It looks like they got him dead to rights because at the time of the murders, that morning after, he was seen driving around there, just looking around, and he cut his cell phone off. And they found DNA on the sheath of the knife at the murder scene of his. So it don't look good for him. But it's gonna garner a lot of attention because of who he is. I would love to go to that. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I might come back a little later, but I'm gonna get out of here for now. I'm gonna sign off. But is the game on? It might still be on, but I will catch you guys a little later. Thank you for joining. We'll see what happens. Remember, it's not my opinion don't matter. It's the jury. The jury at the end of the day is going to decide this. But I do know the jury is unpredictable. So we going to see. All right, y'all. I will catch you guys a little bit later. I might come back with something else. Because I don't know, man. Well, first of all, hold on before I let you go, man. Did y'all see the news last night? Or was it me? Trump got on, man. He was talking. It felt like he was at the Oscars, man, giving his thank you speech at the Oscars, man. I said, "Oh my God, man!" And I don't know if that's Iran official Twitter page, but they sitting up there trolling us, man. And then their general said, "Oh, we only use 30% of what we got. Yeah, we only use." They sitting up there talking like we only use 30%. We got more to give, okay? And y'all gonna feel it. Oh, Indiana winning right now, 42-40. Okay, thank you for the update. He said, we gonna feel it. I said, what? Feel what? Like, what does that mean? What do you mean we gonna feel it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what does that mean? Yo, he was giving a speech, man, like he was at the Oscars, man. I would like to think such and such. I would like to think. I'm like, oh my God. We are on war. We are in the war now. That's like we're in official war. We in it. You heard me? I said we. I'm like, I don't know about we, but the country is in it, which by default we're in it. You said Vice President Vance said the U.S. is not at war, Max. That was this afternoon. I know he did say that. All right, we ain't at war. Okay, cool. All right, all right. But Iran, Iran put up that red flag again, man. Only thing I can say is, man, just I don't know what to say. To be honest with you, I don't even know what to tell you. I hope we'll be all right, but ain't nothing that we can't worry about it. Okay, we can't worry about it. You worried, Antoine? Let me ask Antoine. He'd be the one to talk to. You ain't? Are you worried or what? What's up, Are we? Antoine, in your opinion, and Firefly, y'all can ask both of you guys. Y'all were former military people. We probably got military people all in here. Should we be worried or what? Or should we be cool? I'd rather hear from y'all. Y'all got more experience with this than I do. Are we good or what? Let me see what Antoine or Firefly got to say. I mean, are we good or what? Or do I just need to go get me a fifth of something dark? What I need to do, Ant? Do we got any military people here? Are we all right? Or what? You said we are physically okay here in the States. We are physically okay here in the States. Antoine said, be concerned, but continue to go about your business. Oh, shoot. I just sent it to you, celebrity. I sent it to you again. You said Army Brat here. So Antoine said, be concerned, but continue to go about your business. Firefly said, we are physically okay here in the States. All right, I'm going with, okay, y'all made me feel a little better. She said, but what about these people they said that's already here, man? Like, what they trying to do, man? Okay, what celebrity? What you got on the screen right there? Oh,
Oh, that
we being
that was
nosy.
I've been trying to do my t-shirts. That's all.
What's the significance of the yellow nails?
I don't know. I love, you see my lips behind me. I just like a lot of color and I can never decide. So sometimes I have every nail a different color.
Yeah, you remember you had white?
Yeah, that was a spoof on
Yeah,
the freak offs, yeah.
yeah, the white nails. Let me
Hmm.
see. Antoine said also start preparing for the worst case scenario. Come on, Ant. Look, I'm
Huh?
asking Antoine in the chat. I've known him since high school. He's a military guy. And I asked him, do we need to be worried? He said, start preparing for the worst case scenario.
Yeah, of course we should be worried. Remember what 9/11 and I mean,
Yeah, but
yeah.
Antoine Firefly was also in the military. She said, we physically okay here.
Were we okay with 9/11?
Man, no, we weren't
And
okay that day.
and that's the thing. I think sometimes my mom said the same thing. Oh, they can't do nothing to us. They're not going to get California. You don't know. That's the thing. Like we underestimate. I don't want to. Well, I don't say our enemies, but I mean we underestimate people, and that's exactly what happens. I think.
She said she
But
loved the
Max,
lipstick color.
huh?
Jen said she loved the Jen said she loved the lipstick color.
Oh, tell her thank you,
She said
thank you,
thank you.
Jen.
What are you about to
But
say?
your birthday,
Yeah. It's August
August
8th.
6th. I'm August 6th. That's
Oh,
crazy.
you August 6th?
Yeah.
And I'm August 8th. So we're both Leos.
Yes. No
See
wonder we
that
get along.
yeah, we get along and that's why I understood our conversation last night. I didn't know you
Yeah,
were a
y'all.
Leo. Now it makes sense.
Max had to talk me off a ledge last night.
Yeah. No,
But
it's
you know
all
what?
good.
It's crazy because you are the calmer Leo. Even though I'm like, I think I'm introverted or whatever, but you're more subdued. Like, and I'm just like
Well,
sometimes.
naturally I am. I think
Hmm.
there's levels to Leos. Naturally I am. I could turn it up every now and then, but I have to have somebody have to give me a like when I do these shows, I have to bring energy, and
Yeah.
sometimes I don't bring it all the time, but sometimes you have to bring it. It's like a form of entertainment. You gotta talk a certain way.
I'm trying to see if it's showing up on my if it's showing on my channel. That's why I took the camera off. But yeah, I'm the same. Like it takes a lot of energy. I don't know if people know, but it takes a lot of energy to do these shows to keep people engaged and to because it's entertainment.
Yep. Oh, it's real quick. Retretta, I agree with you said don't forget. She was saying there's people here illegally and we need to be very open minded and see something, say something, right. We have to keep our eyes and ears open.
Yeah, that makes sense too. But I expect, I mean, not to be a pessimist, but I'm just not counting out the fact that we should be careful.
Yeah, I just think we should be careful and but that like Antoine said, we still gotta live our lives.
Oh yeah, of
Yeah, we
course,
still
yeah.
gotta go about that. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Did you see there was I don't know if you watch like the Hollywood Unlocks and stuff, but there's this guy Shamar. He's Shamar. I don't know if you know about him, but anyway, he's kind of like an influencer and he does a lot of crazy stuff. Well, he's been going there's a some kind of a another Twitter account or something. and he's gotten into like a little argument with some militia or some cell, and he's like, "You don't want to go, you don't want none of this." I mean, just talking out of his ass. And it's like, some people don't realize he thinks it's a joke. He thinks it's fun. Like, sir, you're not even in the military. And you have to be careful what you say. You don't know who you're gonna piss off. And they've been reporting it. I think it's going viral. And he's pretty much a joke, to be honest, just the way he's responding. But I'm like, you could be putting other people's lives in danger talking all this nonsense online. You're not even militarily trained, if that's a real word.
I saw
So
the
it's like,
video.
oh, you saw, okay, so what did
Yeah,
you think about it?
he he going back and forth with that Twitter account,
Yeah.
and he said, what did he say? He said, "Well, then do it then. Like, be
But
about it. Like he said, we ain't worried about you."
but we are. We should be. Innocent people can lose their lives. Like, how dare you say that? I mean,
You,
I don't know. That's just my perspective.
you know the crazy thing about him is he's acting.
Well,
He's acting. He's not crazy. He acting like it though, because he went viral off of that.
yeah. Yeah.
But hopefully, like I said, hopefully that's just a spoof account and not being serious.
That's what I was thinking, but again, we don't know. It's like we won't know until something happens. So I just say, you know, approach things with caution because we are in perilous times right now.
But Firefly said, she said more likely they will hit the U.S. military interests in that region, disrupt the oil trade, and engage in cyber terrorism.
Yeah, cyber for sure.
Yeah,
I
definitely
mean,
cyber.
cyber, that's the key, which that's my area, so that's good. It's gonna be more opportunities coming.
What is going on with this person's screen name? Cheek
Oop.
sniffer? Oh
I
my
can't
God.
I can't even see it on my screen, so I'm gonna log into you so I can see the comments because I can't see them.
No, it's Antoine, it's Iranian Twitter, well, X account, but I'm not sure if it's their official account. But they're trolling. They're doing a lot
Yeah,
of trolling.
definitely trolling, and I don't know why people are like trying to engage or
Yeah, I
because
wouldn't engage
honestly,
with them.
they're military. Like, people just don't understand the dark web and all the things, the tools that they are very technologically advanced. They are.
Right. Right.
Just like China. And so those, like, for the cyber sector, those organizations or those countries and stuff, those are some of the main ones that we have blacklisted, and we are always looking because they are beyond belief in terms of advance. The Indians, you
So let
know.
me just say this real quick on what's the name, Shamar.
Mm-hmm.
So guys, on behalf of Shamar, he don't represent us. Okay. So like, don't pay no attention to Shamar, please.
I hope
He does
not.
not represent us, and y'all can have fun with him, but no come with us.
Yeah. And see,
I-
and people
Of
and
all
people
people,
start.
how did he start talking to them anyway?
I don't know.
Did they
And
come for
then
him first?
I don't know what happened, but what I'll say is that even when they engage, people sometimes make comments that are reckless and that can be deemed, inappropriate and
Right.
offensive to a nation. So you have to be careful. Like, I'm not just gonna get up there and start talking out of my, because you don't know what's gonna be offensive. Then you done, uh, ma- you know, pissed off the whole little nation. So
That's
I don't
right,
know
Cheek. Look, Cheek said Shamar thought Iran was a person.
what,
I think he thought he was talking just to a person.
which
I
is
think,
even further. Even more reason why he needs to shut the hell up. I'm just gonna say.
yeah, I think they came for him first. I think so.
Okay.
Like that account, like I think he may have commented on something and they said something back to him. Yeah, I
Okay.
saw that. I said, look, he don't represent us. Okay.
Right. Right.
If that is their, I don't think it's their official account, but I
Yeah.
did
I don't.
hear. I did hear
Uh-huh.
what the Ayatollah was saying. Did you see
I
his
didn't.
speech?
No, what did he say?
Oh my God, man, he was just popping it.
Oh, what did he say?
He said we ain't never back down.
Oh,
He said that ain't what we are. That ain't the fabric of our culture. We're not backing down for nothing. And he was talking about death and all this stuff and how they welcome it. Like, come on, man.
yeah, because don't isn't it? And I'm not even gonna act like I know all of. I have to go back and refresh some of my knowledge. But isn't it like virtuous for them to do to the self unaliving and they'll get 7 virgins or something like that? I've heard things
Like,
like that.
here's the
Like
thing.
that.
Like I'm not even trying to go but I'm gonna tell you something though. That one sitting up there in the White House,
Uh huh.
he really about action.
Yeah.
He really about that life. Like he said, I told y'all we need to negotiate. You know what I'm saying? We need to negotiate, man. They not trying to like negotiate for what? We're our own sovereign country. Well, what y'all need to be telling us something for? So it's just bad. Ain't nothing I can do. It's not my it's nothing I can do. I just sit here
No.
and
Yeah.
we just have to. I think we need to take this time to be a little caring to each other.
I
Stop
agree.
beefing with each other and like get back to what I mean, just discourse. Having conversation. That's what'll get us through because everybody going through it at the same time. Because they
Yeah.
sitting up here saying the general said we only use 30% of our arsenal. He said that.
Mm.
He said we ain't use it all. We ain't use nothing. We use a little
But
bit.
nuclear, that's the part that just the fact that we're using terms like nuclear scares me in that what if there's some kind of a chemical warfare? I mean, we have to know that they have cells here in this country already.
See, that's where I kind of wanted to avoid that conversation. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Because I don't want nobody anxiety to get triggered here.
Okay. Sorry,
I
you
try
guys.
to. No, it ain't you. I try to add a little bit of humor, but I can't
Yes.
find no humor in this.
No,
I
it's
can't.
serious.
Only
It's
thing I could
serious.
say was the president. He was talking like he was at the Oscars.
Mm.
Yeah, I would like to think such and such. Like, wait a minute. Let's not have a victory lap yet, sir. Not yet.
Oh no, but that's his persona. He's braggadocious. You're not backing him down. Period.
And you ain't backing Ayatollah down either. He not backing down either. He was saying it very calmly, just sitting there very calm. He said, "Yeah, we don't. That ain't a part of our DNA. We not backing down.
Well,
We put up
do
that
you
red
remember?
flag for a reason."
Do you remember when he was talking to the French president when he was talking to him?
The Ayatollah.
Well, do they? I don't know if they call him the Ayatollah, but
That's who it is.
okay, yeah. And he was so rude. I was like, "Where's the diplomacy?" I mean, my goodness. So um, I guess he
This
said he ain't no punk. Okay.
he said that. He said we're not a people. We're a prideful people. We're not backing down from nothing. Like that. He said, we're not afraid of death. We're not afraid of a little bit of unalivement. That's what he
And
was
see that,
saying.
and that's the thing. I mean, I well, okay, yeah, the president of France. Yes, thank you, Antoine.
Emmanuel Macron. Man, you saw what his wife did to him?
What?
She smacked him. She mushed him
When?
when they were getting off the plane
Oh, I didn't.
a few weeks ago.
Who? Trump or Emmanuel?
Emmanuel.
Okay, let me not say his name either.
They
Have
got what's that?
you been calling him Orange, right?
Oh, it triggers the algorithm, I think.
Well,
You say you saw
what do you call him instead of saying his
T
name?
or
Oh,
40
T. Okay,
or 40,
but that's
45 or
my name.
47.
But I'm T.
Call him 45 or 40. Call him 47.
Okay,
He
47.
got two numbers, but call him 47.
Okay, we'll say 47.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, 47 was like, he was like, yeah, I like to think such and such, and you know, this because they've been hinting at this for like 30 years, like they wanting to do something, but nobody would act on it. But he
Yeah.
finally he finally acted on it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mhm.
And this has been brewing for years. Like now it's done. Like what? Now everybody like, okay, well, you know, um, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
I think we're gonna have to be respectful to each other and
That's
just
what I think.
yeah.
Even people from other cultures that we don't want to judge, just be respectful.
Mhm.
Because I don't want nobody to be unfairly targeted because of this. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like
Mhm.
unfairly like targeted because of this.
And that's what they do, that happens, so hopefully they won't be doing that.
Right. I
And
think
then
everybody should just chill.
not only do they target people, but they be getting it wrong.
Yeah.
They be, it's like they're a whole different country. What are you talking about? You know?
Yeah.
So
But I mean, they got, so I saw that news and I was watching I forget the YouTube pages. His name's Steve. As soon as he scared me because I was almost half asleep. He's like, breaking news,
oh,
breaking news. He scared the hell out of me. I'm like, what the hell what do you mean breaking news? He said
yeah,
people are
Tammy.
praying for peace. Even
Yep.
MAGA is upset. He did. Yeah.
Yeah. I did
Everybody
see
praying
that.
for peace.
Yeah, because he said he wasn't gonna do this. I mean, he's doing a lot of things that have backfired on the people that supported him. They're surprised, but he's the person in power right now, so that it is
Everybody,
what it is.
but see, here's the thing. This might be something to bring people together because we do want peace. We don't have no, you know what I'm saying? We want peace. A lot of us our age, we lived through 9/11. We don't want to see that again.
Nope.
And I'm gonna tell you something. If you went through that, you never gonna forget it. Never gonna forget that.
Yeah, I
So
remember.
yeah,
Because you guys are 3 hours ahead, and I think
right,
it was like 6 or 7 in the morning for
right,
me, and I was I had my daughter was just born. I forget how many months she was, but I remember sitting there getting, my morning routine, and then the world
right,
just stopped. It was like unbelievable. And they had it was on the news because we didn't have social media or at least I wasn't on social media like this. So it
right,
was on the news. It was like, it was just shocking. Like, what?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have social media how we have it now.
Yeah.
But so it's just everybody just I think people should need to start talking to each other, um, and just have normal conversation and be human. Just normal conversation. And be prepared to help somebody if you have to. Be prepared. So, because at the end of the day, I can say that it's not nothing we can do. It's just our leaders. But the only thing we could do is just help each other. That's it. Or lift somebody's spirits up. If you think it's having a bad day, lift their spirits up. Because you matter. I'm gonna tell you something. At the end of the day, everybody matters because you lift people's spirits up. You know, that's how we gotta do it.
Yeah.
Truth over emotions was going on.
Yeah. He said, I saw his earlier. He's like, celebrity scandalous and Max, 100 and salute. So I thought that was cute. Hopefully, like, we can do more collabs and stuff. I heard what you were saying about maybe going to that is a park in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
Maybe we can get some people or something. So was supposed to be coming back tomorrow, you guys. My plan was to come back tomorrow. I guess I spoke it in the universe. but my dog is sick, so I gotta take him to the vet. So I'm gonna move my flight. I gotta change it. I was supposed to leave tomorrow night, so I'm gonna call them later this evening and move it for a day or
Oh,
two.
what's wrong with your dog again?
Remember I was telling you, he's been vomiting and then he had some, the back end. So he's kind of sick, and so I called the emergency, and they told me that he's probably going to need to be seen. He's a little lethargic. He's drinking water, but definitely not a good time to put him on the plane unless, he gets seen. Maybe they'll give me an antibiotic and stuff. Didn't
Yeah,
I tell you I had got Pedialyte and all that stuff and Pepto
yeah,
Bismol? I've been trying to nurse him back to health, but I think he's getting a little bit better. But yeah, I don't want to risk trying to fly with him. I was gonna
yeah.
bring him to court with me one day because he's small and I keep him in my backpack. So I was gonna sit outside and let him chill because he's really pissed at Diddy after he heard about what he did to Kid Cudi's dog. I was talking
Oh,
to Lala about it. He was like, "What? What?"
what?
So,
He did what?
yeah, he was like, "I
Well,
want to bite his, you know what?"
he put him in the bathroom.
Yeah, but it caused stress and anxiety.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how the dog. Maybe the dog ran into the bathroom, but Kid Cudi said he came home. His dog was in the bathroom.
Yeah, I
Lord
mean,
have
Kid
mercy.
Kid Cudi is in California, right? When that happened,
Yeah,
do you know how people treat their dogs out here?
yeah. I know they treat him like that out here too.
Okay, so the fact that they even came in the house, scared this dog, he had anxiety, he probably had to see a therapist and everything else, okay? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I saw somebody walking their dog earlier. She had a what is it, a French? You know the little dogs, the French bulldogs.
Uh-huh. They're cute.
Yeah, had one of those. He stopped and looked at me. He like, "What up?" He just almost like he kind of said, "What up?" and he kept going.
Do you guys have leash laws out there? Because I hear you when you're in the park, I
Yeah,
be hearing you say they not on the leash, but it's like, why aren't they on the leash?
they do have leash laws, and I had to go in the car one day because he wasn't. You could tell he wasn't going to bite, but I didn't know that he was running all around. And look, he was running up and down the park, and then when she put the
Mm.
leash on there, he wanted to lay down. He was tired, and it was hot out there too. He was tired. He didn't want to walk. He had to chill for a minute.
So in the parks, they don't have to be on the leash, or people just like not following the laws?
Not following the law.
Oh, yeah, I don't like that. Just because dogs get into too many altercations, yeah, just keep your dog on a leash like you're supposed to.
Yeah, because you never know. You think you got like I remember a couple weeks ago, this guy was walking his dog in front of the courthouse. He didn't
Mhm.
have a leash on him, but the dog was listening to him. He crossed the street with his owner. He was well
Yeah.
trained, but you just never know.
Max, did you hear that, I don't know, this is what I heard, I'm not sure if it's true or not. Did you hear that Gene Deal had brought his, dog up to the court? But I'm saying it was like, because it's a pit bull or a bulldog or something, they said. I don't know. My dog is a little. He would be in my backpack. But did you hear that he brought him up to the court?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, but did you hear about it?
Um, no, I didn't hear about it.
Okay. A couple of content creators were talking about it. They said, "Yeah, Gene had his dog up here walking around." It was after the
He was walking the dog around.
Yeah, that's what they said after the infamous incident. I won't start no
Yeah, I didn't see
drama.
that. I didn't see that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a couple people. Uda might be able to confirm if he's still here,
My
because
boy was
Uda's
my boy my I call him my brother. He was at Gene house for Father's Day.
Oh, is that when he had all that food and stuff?
Yeah. The
Okay.
guy with the gray beard, the big guy.
I gotta go
Yeah,
back
I've
and look.
known him since the sandbox. He was
Okay.
telling me today. He said, "Yo, how come you didn't go up to Gene and say you my brother, man?" I was like, "I can't get up to him because every time he got so many people around him. Like he
Yeah.
got so many people around him that I can't just go up to him." He said, "Man, next time let him know, man." He said because he might not know. He might not know that you know me. I was like, I'll next time I see him, I'll say something.
Yeah.
They both cool with each other. They both were bodyguards and everything.
Oh, okay.
and
Yeah, 'cause
he considered Bourne like his brother.
maybe you could get that interview, you know?
Well, I mean, I'll say what's up to him because he always on the go.
Oh, Jen Zien 77 says, I saw a photo of him with another man that had a dog. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It was just something that a
Oh,
couple of the
I
countries.
did see the guy. He had a pit.
That's what they were saying.
Yeah, it was a
Some people
tall
said it was
guy.
Gene Deal.
It was a tall
Okay.
guy. They said it was his brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw him. They said it was his
Uh,
little brother.
Okay.
But yeah, he just as tall as Gene is. I saw him. But see, I would
Yeah.
have ran into him because he was like, "Yo, man, I didn't even know you was here because you could have went with me to Gene house." He was like, "You could have went with me to Gene house for Father's Day because Al went with me. Antoine Sheffield went with him. Sheffield was up there with Gene and all that." I said, "Man, I didn't know." He was like,
Yeah,
"Yeah,
I saw him. Hey, you guys, can you guys please hit the like button? Can we get those likes up? Come on now. Let's hit the like button. Yeah, I saw that he was cooking. He had a lot of food.
yeah, Gene can cook." Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Sheffield, Antoine, Alex Sheffield, he was up there with Gene too. But he was like, "Yeah." I told him every time I see Gene, though, um, if I see him outside, he got too many people around him, so it's hard to say what's up. But if I see him in court, I'll say something to him. I'm like, "Yeah, you had my brothers up at your house because me, at Sheffield and Bourne, they like my brothers. We
Okay.
are brothers. We are brothers. We known each other since we were kids, so we like brothers." And I didn't know. He said we were looking for you, man. We was going to invite you. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, damn, I would have said so. I was like, yo, Gene, remember my homegirl went up to you in court? I was gonna mention that you went up to him.
It's the Gene Deal show.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, Antoine, I went and sat next to him because you know Gene, he be serious. He like Max. You know how Max, you know how they kind of standoffish. So I knew it was a I think it was his first day in court, but I said I gotta go say something. So he was sitting at the first row after we had a break and stuff. So I went and scooted next to him and I said, "Hey, Mr. Deal, I know you're this is really serious and but I just had to come over and say hello." And I said, I like your song. I said, it's the Dean Deal show. Hey, hey. I know I
yeah,
was getting off beat and stuff. And he laughed. He was
yeah,
like, oh, it's okay. How you doing and stuff.
yeah. He said,
Yeah.
"How you doing?" Yeah,
Yeah.
they
He
be
said,
chilling.
what's your name? What's your channel? And then y'all, I had my name of my channel. It's across my t-shirt in the front. And I pulled it down to show him, and I was like, "Oh, that's not." It didn't feel appropriate because it's right across the chest, right? And I was like, he probably
Yeah,
said, "Girl, please." But yeah, so it was funny. He's real
yeah,
cool.
yeah. Gene, cool. He don't need
Yeah.
no bodyguards. I tell y'all that right now.
Mm-mm.
No, Gene don't
He
need no. He don't need no help. I'm just telling
he
y'all that.
he's big. Like Gene is tall and a big guy. No wonder Diddy never had no problems with him, right? Y'all not hitting the like button. Can we get a couple more likes? Oh, I know that's how I felt, right? It was just in a moment, and it was like, here, this is, because it was Gene Deal. So it's like, this is my channel, and it was like, oh, that's not cool. I'm not trying to flash nobody, okay? Um, yeah, but it was fun. Antoine, have you been to the court? Because you're either in New York or Jersey, right?
He in Jersey.
How come you haven't come up there, or have you been up there? I don't know.
He work nights.
Mm.
Yeah, he be
So
he
I
work
just
he work at the airport.
okay, Anton, I got a list of complaints about your airport, okay?
Well, I mean, he at
I'm
Fed
just playing.
he
I'm
with
just kidding with
FedEx.
them. Huh?
He with FedEx, but he work up at the airport.
Yeah. I mean, I like the airport. It's just that they're always late,
It's the
and it's
bu-
always a problem.
it's the second busiest airport in the country now.
Oh,
Did you
is
know
it?
that? Yeah, it's
No.
Reagan Airport in DC, then
Oh.
Newark Airport, and then LAX.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're the second busiest now in the country.
So I'm supposed to be flying out of LaGuardia?
Oh,
So I don't know how.
you going to LaGuardia?
Yeah, because the flights were kind of crazy. I like to only do, nonstop. So the only thing I could get for like July 4th, it was out of New York. I wanted to leave out of Newark. I
That's
might have
not
to,
bad. You will have a better experience probably out of LaGuardia.
but I'm feeling like it's probably bigger, right? It's probably really big.
About the same. Newark is
Okay.
expanded. Yeah. If
See,
you're used to
I
Newark, you'll be used to LaGuardia.
I feel like I know Newark now, I feel like, oh, I know my way around, but it's cool.
You know what I don't like about Newark though? Like for the ride share parking lot,
What about it?
you're right in front of the takeoff runway.
Mm.
And yo, it's like the plane is coming right at you. Like what happens if there's a malfunction? We are screwed, yo. Holy crap. It's like the plane, they're close too. It's like you can throw a rock up at it. That's how close it is.
But you know what, Max? I like to watch the planes fly, take off and land.
I do too, but damn, it's really that close to the cars though.
I mean, yeah,
It's
that's
like
different.
real. You can still see the landing gear like closing. You can hear it. It was this 747 taking off. You know, them things is huge. It looked like that thing was floating at us, like it was not gonna make altitude. I said, "What the fuck?"
Oh, that's crazy. Antoine, I flew into Newark. Every time I've only been once, but yeah, I flew into Newark. I flew out, but this time I'm flying into Newark again, and
You leaving from LaGuardia?
yeah,
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not a bad deal.
yeah, and then too, I want to see what it's like as well because again, flying into Newark, there's always delays, even flying out. I mean, we always have at least a 1 to 2 hour delay. So I'm going to see what it's like at LaGuardia.
Did now from Newark? Did you get a straight flight back to where you were?
Hmm. Yes,
Okay.
because United is the only one. Remember, I was telling you what they told me about Miss Combs,
Yeah.
Diddy's mom. Because I'm assuming that from
Oh, you cut off.
nonstop flight,
Oh, there
and
you
it's
go.
Alaska and United. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she coming from LA.
Hmm.
I
She
would think
probably.
that they probably go home on the weekend. They probably fly out on Friday. She
Well,
had her
remember,
dog. She had her dog one day. Her
she
dog
did
her dog was waiting for her, yeah.
in the car. Oh, in their little Sprinter.
Yeah. She let everybody
Oh,
see the dog.
okay. What kind of dog she got?
It's one of them dogs where you gotta give it a haircut, them small dogs.
Oh, I definitely need to bring Lala in so he could meet the dog and be like, "Hey, what's up?"
What you call those dogs where they need haircuts? Like
Like the Yorkies,
they don't shed.
like the Yorkies.
I think
The
so. I
little.
think that's
I'm sure she will probably because those are popular, like Chihuahuas, Yorkies.
it wasn't a chihuahua. It's like when the hair is in their face, you
Yeah,
gotta give it a cut. Yeah.
yeah, because they had the little bows and stuff. She probably had one of those. A Shih Tzu, yeah, that too.
Yeah, JFK is going through an expansion right now. LaGuardia is the one that which one of the has been completed now? Has LaGuardia been completed or was it JFK? One of them has been completed already. The expansion was completed.
Jen says ATL is the busiest airport. I don't know.
Atlanta. Atlanta is busy, yeah. And I've been there once. Actually I've been there twice. But
Yeah.
yeah, all those airports are busy. Okay, ATL's the busiest, okay. But yeah, she brought her dog and said she was about to go to the spa and take care of
She said.
herself.
She said that. Wait, she was going to the spa or the dog?
She was.
Oh, okay, Miss
The
Khan.
dog was going with her.
I mean, yeah, they take the dogs. I'm sure her dog flies with her too.
Yeah, she said she gonna take care of herself, go to the spa real quick and chill. She
The
well
first time
taken
I
care of though.
the first time I flew to Virginia, I took my dog, and he had his own seat. Like, now he's under the thing, but I accidentally bought an extra ticket, and so for some of the flight, because sometimes they're like, "Oh, he has to be under the seat in the cabin. He can't be out. He can't be out." But they were really cool, and, he got to sit in a little chair by himself in his little seat and everything. That was some years ago.
Is he used to it flying?
He is now, yeah, he's
Yeah,
real chill
dogs
with it.
usually get used to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's cool, but he's a small one. The one people with the bigger dogs, I
I
don't know.
remember I picked somebody up one time, right? They had their dog in the bag. I said, "You can take your dog out. Like, I don't
Oh,
mind him in
that's
the
nice.
car." It was
That's
one of
nice.
those dogs that where it don't shed. That
Yeah.
same dog she had, it was one of the, I was like, I thought it was a girl at first,
Mm,
but it was a boy. He said, "No, it's a boy." And I was like, "Is he? He don't. He's not. He's not. He's real calm. Is he used to traveling?" He said, "Yeah, he used to traveling.
yeah,
Yeah, he used
they
to
get
traveling."
used to it. I think, and then, when they're in the plane, when they're in their little carrier or whatever, I mean, it's just more. I think their ears can pop. Sometimes I think it can bother their ears, but it's really not harmful to them because they're just kind of laying there relaxing.
It's just like us when our ears pop. It's the same
Yeah.
thing.
And then this time, because I'm getting better, I'm trying to, streamline my process. I got like a better little water carrier because I usually like cut a cup and try to make sure he's hydrated and stuff. And they're pretty good. They'll let me take him out of his carrier and give him water, but sometimes he gets fussy and he don't want to go back in it. So I did get a little carrier. So I mean a little water dispenser. So now I can, actually keep him in there and give it to him.
You're like, man, I'm not trying to go back in this thing, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. And when you go through, this is another thing. When I take them, I have to take them out when I go through
Oh,
like the
we
checkpoint.
gotta. Uh,
What?
no, what are you saying?
Yeah, they check your hands for like drugs or something.
Yeah, they've been doing that. Yeah,
I mean, but
um, they've been doing it. Yep.
they never did. The only time they check my hands is when I'm with him. Like, what? I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
understand that. Yeah, like, they want, because they make me take him out, because and then because I don't know if they think you have something on it. I don't know what they think, to be honest. I just asked the lady, like, "Well, what? This doesn't make sense to me," but okay.
Oh, Ravens fan, you said. Hold on one second. Got a question.
Oh, sorry.
Um, it says, "How soon can Diddy get sentenced to prison?" Okay, so here's the thing. So if he's found guilty on all charges or some of the charges, he's not going to get sentenced that day. They will do. They have to come back and schedule a sentencing hearing. So that's how it'll work. It could be 3 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, something like that. A month.
Uh,
It could be a month from that date. Yeah.
can he get an expedited sentence
Yeah.
since he wanted it fast tracked anyway?
That could happen. But I
Not that it
think
matters at this
I
point.
think I think for Diddy, he already knows the worst case scenario. He's already prepared for it. Because the reason why I say he's already prepared for it is because he hired Alexandra Shapiro. And you know how we say that it's very rare to win appeals?
Hmm.
Not with her. Not with her. He got more, his percentage of winning an appeal went up by 30% because he got her.
Oh,
He got a 50-50 chance of winning that appeal because of her. She used to run the department.
oh, so she knows all the
Yeah,
inside.
and she's been doing it for 30 years. And she knows she got a lot of pull. So when he hired her, he was already preparing, and then also he hired somebody to protect his assets. So he's already covered all bases already. So he's not going to be, of course he wants to get out, right? But he won't be surprised. But his goal is to win a full acquittal or a hung jury.
Well, I know if he loses this, I was with this lady, the lounge. We did a live one night, and we went through that forfeiture document that was filed by the
Hmm.
government, and they really, it's like, I think it was like 15 to 20 pages. They are going to take everything. And the thing about it was they specifically know that, of course, he's going to have things in his mom's name or his kids or all these aliases. They were like, we will find it. It doesn't matter if they can tie it to, and I think they listed all of the business entities. They're like, we're taking it. It doesn't matter whose name is in. People think you can. No, you're not. They're going to do a forensic investigation, which is probably what's already being done, but they're planning to. It was called a forfeiture or
Well,
something.
here's
Uh-huh.
another thing. Um, as far
Mhm.
as the pardon is concerned,
Mhm.
I'll give him a 75% chance of getting a pardon,
Yeah, I agree.
because what's going to happen is, one of his people. Well, how he going to have to do it? One of his people is going to have to reach the president and put the word in for him. And if he do get a pardon, it'll be after the conviction. It
So
won't
let
come.
me
It won't be now. It'll be, if he is going to get one, it'll be afterwards.
So Anton is saying TSA is checking to see if your jury can be used as a weapon. My hands are a lethal weapon. I took karate when I was like 5 years old. Okay,
What?
and then I did. They kicked me out of the class because they said I laughed too much. And then you said they're checking to see if you come in contact with explosives. Who would be walking around with explosives on their hands? That's
Well,
toxic.
here's the thing. Think about the climate we're in right now.
Yeah,
You could
sort
be
of
a
like gun residue.
sympathizer.
Sort of like, huh?
You could be a sympathizer.
So I'm gonna jeopardize myself? Okay.
Well, I
Next.
know what I'm saying, that they don't know. You could be
I
like
know,
a
I know.
sympath. You could be,
No, listen, Max. When
you
they
could
when
be
they be
respect for the law, respect for the law. How that lady said, a law, respect for the law.
Alhamdulillah.
You could be
Right.
like that.
But wait a minute. When they do stuff, when they be pulling me over, because I'm like, I'm short, like I don't look like a threat. And I'd be like, do I look like I could do something? They be like, ma'am, you keep talking, you gonna be in that back office. But I'll be like, cause
Oh,
and then
see,
one
they
lady
said
was like,
that.
yeah, I always have fun. I'm always kidding around with people, right?
They
And so the
said,
one
"Man, you
lady was
keep
like,
on."
well, we don't, huh?
And man, she was like, "Yeah, you keep on now."
You keep playing. And she said, well, we don't know. She goes, we just have to be. And I know I just be kidding. I'm not stupid enough to think that you can't just go by a person's look because just like they said, Brendan Paul looked so innocent that he was getting away with running stuff because he did not necessarily fit the bill of a typical mule. So I know that, but I just, have fun with it.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
you
so
don't.
Raven says, have the jurors bought what the feds have sold in the trial? Well, you know what,
We don't
Raven
know
here
yet.
said, yeah, we don't know, but now from people that are inside the court, take it with a grain of salt because we don't know. Me and Max haven't seen it with our own eyes. They're saying that there is a couple that seem to be pro Diddy. So, you know, and then you can also think about when the prosecution team tried to fight very hard, which they accomplished it to get that one juror number 6 off. So there are probably some people, just like all of us. It sounds like it could be somewhat divided, and then it'll boil down to the jury instructions and how they feel when they're deliberating. You know,
Right.
truth over
Yeah.
emotion. Trump can tell. Oh, sorry, T word can tell the black woman czar to pardon Puff.
Yeah. She can.
Who is she, Max? Who is he talking about?
He pardoned her because she had a drug offense and she spent over 20 some years, and he pardoned her, and he made her his pardon czar. So
Oh,
basically, things go through her table, and then she'll recommend the pardon to him.
oh, okay. I heard about the woman. I didn't know she was a black woman.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, okay.
And but he made her his right hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, he will consult with her because this is what he want. He said there's a lot of people that's behind bars that are innocent. And also he said there's people behind bars on a federal level that didn't kill nobody, and they got like 20, 30 years for these drug offenses. So they're trying to see which ones are suitable for a pardon. So he couldn't do it all himself. So he hired her to do it.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, that's what happened.
So so do we think that it's gonna well, he ultimately can make the decision, but so
Well,
what are you
he
thinking?
said that if he feels as though he got overcharged or he got taken advantage of, he said he
Mhm.
gonna pardon him, and he said he don't care if Diddy don't like him.
I believe I you know what my stance is on it. I believe he has a bigger gripe with Comey
I
than he
mean,
does
yeah,
with Diddy.
I mean, he do have bigger fish to fry. I mean, of course, I mean, but he signs pardons every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, he do this daily, getting people out, but he will wait. See what happened. A lot of people are thinking is this is the theory. I don't know what James Comey said on his X account about him,
Mhm.
but they said it rubbed him the wrong way. Whatever it was, they said something about assassination or something. He took it that
It
way.
did it didn't say the word what
No,
you
it
said,
didn't.
but
Right,
it was some numbers, it was some numeric value and Trump, excuse me, T word, my bad. I'm sorry, you guys. He interpreted saying, do you see what like I feel like it's some kind of militaristic thing that we don't know about. It must be something, but it didn't read like what he said because I read it. It was posted.
right.
So I think and I feel like he's just grasping for straws. He just want a reason to fight with them, to me.
Well, if he still feel that way, he might just pardon him for the hell of it
Yeah, that's what I
because
was
his
thinking.
daughter's on
Yeah,
the case. Because his daughter's
that's what
on
I
the
was
case.
thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He's gonna let
Oh,
her.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. 8647.
Yes.
He said that.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that's what it means. 8647. I get why he thinking that.
That means nothing to me. What are those numbers? Can you explain it? Because I'm like, okay, yeah.
Well, you 86 somebody. It's like
I get it.
well,
Oh,
certain
I see.
certain police terms that means confiscate,
I got it.
or
Okay.
86 mean decommission 47.
Oh, yes. Okay. I'm just get thank you, Antoine. Now I get it. Now
Yeah.
that you broke it down like a formula. Okay.
So if he took it that way, he might say, you know what? I'm just gonna pardon him because his daughter's on the case. That could be it.
Well, what does that well, yeah, why would Comey write something like that? That does mean that to me.
Well, we don't know. I don't. Did he came out? Did he say he didn't mean it that way?
Yeah, he was like, "What?" He was like, "That's ridiculous." But but Trump said, um, okay, I'm gonna stop saying his name because I keep saying it. My bad. T said it was a veiled threat and he understood and he could read between the lines and he's
I
not an
mean, if
idiot.
he really feel that way, Ravens fan, I give him a 98% chance of getting pardoned now. It's 98.
He does feel he talked about it. He was very upset about it.
Yeah,
He
and
talked
then
about it.
it's a 98% chance now he getting pardoned.
He said that his life was threatened. And then he went on to say, he talked about Comey's position and how, based on his prior position, how he could actually try to execute something like that. So I think he believes it. It was over a month ago, Raven, at least a month ago. I don't know if he will or won't, but I'm leaning towards the fact that
Yeah, I'm leaning. I'm giving him a 95%. I'm gonna say 95%. There's a 95% chance he's getting pardoned now. 95% because of that because of that comment. 95% for sure.
so
And
Antoine says
he doesn't dislike Puff. He doesn't dislike him.
no.
He said that Puff stopped liking him when he went into politics, but apparently they were a little bit more cooler than just knowing each other. They used to hang out with each other. I didn't
They
know that.
did. But see, the way I look at it, he did say that, and a lot of people are saying that he's gonna hold a grudge. But what I feel like he's saying is that, people divide loyalties based on political lines. So I think Trump is savvy enough and smart enough to know that he and Diddy had a really good friendship back in the day.
I
That
didn't realize that.
it was more political than anything,
Yeah,
and that's what
political.
people do with political wrangling. So I feel like he's not taking it personally because, like he said, he used to really like me, and then he said, but then when I ran, however he said that, and so I think he's able to see beyond. It wasn't their friendship; it was the political arena that separated them, and that happens all the time.
Well, here's the thing about with Trump with a lot of people. Some people remember this, some people don't. It's almost like he's living his third life. Okay, so his first life, obviously his dad gave him money to
Yeah.
start his real estate career right after college. And then he
Hmm.
started doing that, got in real estate. His second life, he became a celebrity.
Yeah.
He was like a celebrity in New York. He was like more so like he didn't run into, I don't know if a lot of people know this. He didn't run into, the old money circles in New York. He didn't hang with them. He didn't hang with the old money circles. He hung with the nouveau circles. Like he hung with Russell Simmons. He had an eclectic group of people he hung with, and it wasn't no rhyme or reason to it. I didn't say it's like he didn't fit in. It's not
So
like he didn't fit
basically,
in.
so he was new money to them,
No, no, he
mainly.
wasn't. No, he's old money.
But he was
Bec-
with the new money type of.
yeah, he hanging with the new money. I
He
mean,
hung with a lot
he
of
hung with
celebrities.
old money too, but he was very selective on who he hung with. But he hung with a lot of entertainers because
Yes.
he ran in that celebrity circle. So that was like his second life. So now his third life is in his older age. He's now a political person. So it's like three different people. He was three different people to a lot of people. Like I don't know if you noticed when he got married to Melania, Shaq.
Uh-huh.
Shaq bought him a Rolls Royce.
What?
He gifted him a Rolls Royce for a wedding present.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Shaq
That's
did.
crazy. That's
Well,
nice.
no, it's a reason. I mean, celebrities. It's just a celebrity thing. So he was like kind of like a celebrity, right? So he ran in that circle. So then he kind of flipped the script. He didn't really flip the script. He said it on Oprah a long time ago when he was younger that he was going to run for president. But I don't think a lot of people took him seriously. Oprah did though. She said she knew he was being serious, but he
Well,
said the
yeah.
time wasn't right yet.
We knew nobody believed him when he said it. Well, some people did, but it was like, what? I think what Reagan did it, but nobody believed he was gonna.
Well, I mean, so it's
Was
kind of like Reagan. Reagan was a celebrity, right? He was an actor
Yeah.
turned president.
Right.
Trump was a celebrity. He was a
Yeah.
celebrity turned president or a businessman turned president. So I think a lot of people had forgot about him saying that he was going to run for president at some point when he got older. So that's where he is now. That's why a lot of people like Snoop and them, they used to hang with him, but Snoop hang with him again now. He was at the inauguration ball, but at some point him and Snoop had a falling out, you know what I'm saying? And they weren't talking, you know what I'm saying? But he said it was just politically based, like how they had a falling out. But then they now they cool. Well, he got cool with Snoop again because he either pardoned the founder of Death Row.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he pardoned him. So it's like political, really. Like some people don't want to acknowledge him because of political ties. Stuff like that. Like they don't want to lose endorsements, stuff like that. So it's like really all political at the end of the day. But he really had three lives. Like when he was younger, like getting into real estate, investing in Atlantic City, that's when he was younger. When he got older, he became like not too older. He was like a celebrity, The Apprentice and different things like that. That kind of gave him a boost. He kind of pivoted into that, and then he went into politics. So that's like his third life. It's like three individuals in one. So when he
Yeah.
became president, a lot of people were confused by it. Like, wait a minute, man, you're a celebrity. Like, what are you doing? But what people don't realize, this wasn't the first time a celebrity became president. Ronald Reagan.
Right. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, what is it, Bono, Sonny Bono? Like he didn't he run, like they had started running for mayors and started getting more, I think
Yeah,
in the
Bono.
80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, like more and more of them had started doing that, the older ones.
Yeah.
Um,
So it's kind of like that. Like, you have that kind of situation going on. And so he was doing a apprentice.
what?
Yeah, and then he did WWE.
On the wrestling, I didn't see that. I remember he had his show, You Were Fired. I remember that one.
Oh, and another thing was he was heavily into boxing. So when I was growing up, I remember him from boxing, like in Trump Plaza with Mike Tyson. Like, he did a lot with boxing back then. And
Didn't he all didn't he also do the pageants?
yeah, he bought that. Yeah, he bought that. Um, he bought that. But see, here's something interesting about him that a lot of people don't know. Sammy the Bull confirmed it. So Sammy the Bull, they was like, well, how come the mafia never reached Trump? He said, we tried to. He said, but we couldn't touch him because he had off-duty FBI and CIA agents as his bodyguards.
Oh.
So he was well prepared for us. And he said the bodyguards, they were still agents. They were still actively working. So he had people that were straight shooters as his bodyguard. So that's how he survived Atlantic City, because he had to go through the mob for the cement, for that and stuff. There's certain things he had to go to them for, but they couldn't touch him because he had real shooters around him, like that
Mhm.
will literally get your ass locked up. So he was already planning for that already. So he was one step ahead of him.
Okay, so his cross with the mob or the mafia had to do with the him in his buildings in this real
Right.
estate.
Right. Because you had to deal
Oh,
with
okay.
them because they ran the cement business.
Mm.
Right.
Well, they don't run the cement business no more.
Yeah, they still do.
They do?
In New Jersey, tri-state, yeah. In
Not out
Philly.
here.
Well, I'm talking about out here. They do.
Oh,
Like
okay.
tri-state, stuff like that. Connecticut.
Now, I did hear that they would run like like your waste management and all those kind of public entities
They
that
still
they
do.
had. Okay.
Yep.
But not in California.
Not in California. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the mafia is not the same anymore. With the RICO and stuff they did, it took the mob down. So they're more into like legit businesses now.
Mm.
Yeah, they went legit. A lot of them. They own a lot of stuff, man. They got a lot of businesses they own. A lot of them went legit. Because a lot of them went away for 20, 30 years for that RICO
Now,
stuff.
Wasn't he considered a snitch?
Well, by definition, yeah, but I don't think of him as one, but yeah, by
No,
definition, yeah.
because I just remember hearing something and people saying, what he
Yeah,
did.
he'll admit it. He said, yeah, I had to rat on such and such. He'll admit it.
Because
Yep.
his daughter was in one of the Bravo shows, right? Or some. I know they
Yeah,
had
his daughter, yeah.
so yeah, that's the Jersey girls, the ladies from the mob wives or
Mob
something.
wives, yeah. Yep. Yeah, they got legit, man. Um, they had legit businesses back in the day too. I mean, they've always had legit businesses, but they pretty much on the underground now. They're not out in the forefront no more. Ever since that RICO and stuff started coming down, it's not the same as it was when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s. It's not the same.
That RICO has become more expansive. Now they're trying to get people for doing anything, and it's not just the mob; it's brothers too now. It's an
Yeah,
equal opportunity Ricos now.
yeah, it's not the same anymore. Like the mob, they still around. Don't get me wrong. Now they still around, but it's not as like in full force like it was in the 80s and 90s when I was growing up.
Well, I just remember my dad used to watch a lot of those mafia mob movies. I never did, but
Yeah,
it seems like they were principled men, though. Even though they committed crime and they did things, they still had like a bit of a moral compass. And women and children, were
yeah, they call it
y-
omerta.
what?
Omerta, that's their creed.
What's that?
It's like their principles that they go by.
Okay,
Omerta.
Amerta.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. I know a
You
lot
know,
about
too.
it because I used to do because I lived in a I lived around them, so I used to do like I was always interested in the history of like how they got started and
Uh huh.
stuff like that. We
Well,
went to school with
Tupac
some of
tried to
their
do that,
family,
right?
huh?
Tupac tried to have like, I don't know, it would be called an omerta, but he tried to create rules for the gangs in LA, the Crips and the Bloods.
Yeah, it wasn't gonna happen because I'm
You
gonna
don't
tell
think
you
so?
why. Some of
Why?
some of those gangs were being controlled by other entities.
Mm,
Gangs would like they were corrupted. They started getting corrupted when with the drugs and stuff. Um, and, the eventually they were like a branch off from the like Black Panther Party.
yeah.
Just like the Black Panther Party were like a branch off from Malcolm X and them. They were birthed from Malcolm X, and then you had the gangs. They didn't start out the way they are now, but they were influenced by outside entities to be corrupt as they are now. For how it is now, how they're not like none of them, like a lot of them not sticking together and fighting each other. That was by design. And they put drugs
Mm,
on the street, and the rest was history.
mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
even before crack, I mean, you had the heroin epidemic. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? So
yeah.
they succumbed to that in the 70s. The partying and the discoing in the 70s. But it got really crazy when that powder hit the street.
That was the 80s, right?
hmm I remember when it hit the
Mm.
street. It was in 84, 84, 85.
You remember the year?
Yep, I remember the year. It was right after. It was right after the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan had that speech at Madison Square Garden called "Message to the Black Man." Right after that message, crack hit the streets up there. But the thing is, Ground Zero was South Central Los Angeles. That's where Ground Zero was.
South
That's where it
Central.
exploded. It was Ground Zero was South Central Los Angeles, and then it spread out to the rest of the country. I remember it like it was yesterday. I still
I don't
know the
remember
year
it
and
that well.
everything. It was right before the summer hit, right after Christmas, that they can't hit the street. Life wasn't the same no more. I remember prior to that, we still had violence. We still had a level of violence before it hit the street, because you had the heroin, coke, you had stuff like that. But the violence, if you go back and look at the timeline, if you can just pull up a timeline of the epidemic, you will see that the violence was at its height during that time because people started competing for a little amount of real estate to sell. That's what the violence came in at, competing for the real estate because there was so much easy money coming in. People were making so much easy money, but in the grand scheme of things, were they really making money? The answer is no. They really weren't making real life changing money. Now, the ones that were making life changing money, they didn't retire old. It's very rare that you had the people retire old. They all died and went to jail. Yeah, the
Oh,
Bloods and Crips weren't original gangs. But they were there to protect the community and stuff. But then it turned crazy, from the outside influences.
and when people
Yep.
talk about Compton, I used to spend my summers, because my mom's sister lived in Los Angeles, and I would spend summers in Compton, and it the things that I hear, the way people portray it, it wasn't that bad. I mean, maybe I was just too young to know, but I mean,
Yeah, it was the same like it was everywhere. Like we still went outside and played and stuff like that,
yeah.
and we went in at a
Mhm.
certain time.
Yeah, we would be sitting outside with the pink rollers in our hair, had the afros and all of that. I remember
Yeah.
that stuff. But you're right, I was just looking up one of Oakland's biggest histories of gang activity and DRUG wars was back, it said 1987, and that's when
Yep.
we had the Felix Mitchell. That was our big one where everybody was like getting pow pow. I remember that.
Yep.
It was
It's between
1987.
it's between the years of um 84 to 87 when it was at its
Yep.
height.
That's,
It exploded.
yeah.
But if you do the research, South Central was ground zero for the rest of the country.
You said South Central?
Yep.
South
South
Central.
Central.
Yeah.
It was ground zero. That's where it was invented at.
Who invented that?
Huh?
Who was the inventor?
I forget his name. Yeah, it was in a lab. They realized, hey, you know what? See, here's the thing. Here's what doesn't make sense. Okay, so you know what that C is? It's just the powder when you cook it, right? You boil and cook it, and you turn it into that. That's how you got the most time when you chemically manipulated the powder. They gave them people the most time, but the people that had the regular powder, they didn't get that much time.
Well, and that seems crazy
It's
because
racial,
but you remember how in Hollywood that was like the thing to do, the C before
right?
it got picked up. So why did they get more time?
Because it was designed that way for them to get more time. It's just the way the game is. That's the way the game was invented. You got more time if you cooked it.
Cause do you remember? Wasn't it Richard Pryor who wasn't he doing it? Or I don't know if we could say the words.
He was freebasing.
Yeah.
Well, that was a different era. Like that was that era. You had people
Okay, that's
doing that, but he almost be burnt himself doing that.
see now honestly, I don't know. I've never done any of that. And I don't
Yeah.
know a lot about it. But so one you smoke and the other put in a pipe, right? I don't know.
No, the one you snort, and the other one you smoke it.
Well, okay, yeah, but the one you snort, that's the one that they do in Hollywood. That's no
Right.
big deal. That's the
No,
party one.
that's not.
But
You ain't getting that much time for that.
okay, but what was so you're saying there's a difference between CRACK and freebase, right?
Yeah,
What's the
one you
difference?
cook, one you cook.
So what is freebase then?
Oh, that's I don't know all the terms on it, to be honest with you. I don't. But it's like that's like a form of smoking too.
Okay. 'Cause I think you have to have a pipe. Because didn't Richard Pryor blow up? Didn't he have a pipe?
Yeah, he did. He caught on fire. Well, he burned
Mm.
himself. He had burns and stuff.
Did you hear that he used to make Pam Grier put that down there?
Who?
Richard Pryor used to make Pam Grier put this powder down there.
Well, he used to put it on the tip of his joint.
Oh, okay.
He used to put it on the tip of his joint when he was messing with her, and to keep his joint up. That's a real story.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
Oh,
true story.
yeah. Okay, so I got that story wrong, but
Yeah,
I
it's a
thought he
true
made
story.
her put I thought he made her put it because I was like, well, why would she put it down there? But so he would put it on himself and then insert. That's some Diddy type stuff, okay?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It was. Look, nothing new under the sun.
Mm.
Freak offs was going on back then.
Yep, clearly. Um, Truth says, remember when the West Coast rappers came together and did "We're All in the Same Game"? Wait, okay, so Truth Over Emotions was that like what year was that? That had to be in the 2000s or the late 1990s. Because I'm thinking of it was after. Was it the game part of it? DJ Quick and all of them? I can't remember. I remember something. The LBC. Yes. Compton. Okay,
Yeah,
Beyond the
I
Pale.
remember. I remember that era.
Which one?
I remember when that happened, when they all got together.
Who was it though? Because I remember vaguely, but I can't remember the rappers.
Just a bunch of rappers out there that was prominent out there at the time.
Come
That
on
did it.
now, Max. You can't just be saying just a bunch of rappers.
I
Our
can't.
rappers
I
are
mean, I don't
elite
know
in the
all
West.
of them.
Look, our rappers are elite out here in California. Okay.
You said your rappers are elite.
Yes, we have elite rappers. I remember. Okay, I can't think. I could visualize it, but I can't think of all the names because my favorite rapper of all times is just one, and that's the T to the U to the PAC. Tupac.
Tupac.
Yes. Keep your head up.
He has some good songs.
Yeah. See, we weren't into Diddy like the East Coast. We like out here for us, we knew about Biggie and all of that, but we had Tupac and we had Snoop and all. So we knew the music, but and then we had Easy E and the what ends with an attitude or I forget. But Dr.
NWA.
Dre and all of them. Yeah, NWA exactly. Yep. So we had all of them. So we weren't that into the uh, East Coast rappers. But then you guys had the ladies. Like we didn't really have the female rappers, but you guys had those before us.
Like MC Light and them.
Yeah, I met MC Light before. She's about just a little taller than me. Do you remember Jack the Rapper in Atlanta?
Yeah.
I went to a couple of those. You went to the Freakniks. I never been to the Freakniks, but I went to the Jack the
Um,
Rapper.
I've been to as far as one in Atlanta, I've been to one of those.
The Jack the Rapper.
No, Freaknik.
Oh, Freaknik.
I've been to it was like the one I went to was it was right before they started outlawing it. And then it started we went down to Florida with it.
I
Florida
wanted
wasn't
to
called a
go.
Florida wasn't called a Freaknik though. It was called the Black College Reunion.
I wanted to go, but what we would see the videos, it just looked like it had got too wild.
It did get wild. Then they eventually outlawed it.
Yeah, it was like it's that's too much going on.
It was a lot. But Atlanta, I was still kind of young, but right before it ended, that's when I went.
Mm, yeah, it was crazy. They started attacking the women, and then we started seeing the videos where they would just be pulling the girls in the car and stuff. And I was like, oh no, no, no.
Yeah, it was
But
crazy
another
back
thing that
then.
that we used to do was like Mike Tyson when he had the fights in Vegas and stuff. Now those were fun too because you would see all the celebrities and the players and the hustlers would come out and everybody would be trying to be dressed. So those were kind of nice. Better than I'm assuming the Freakniks because even though it got a little crazy, people still knew how to act in the casinos, except for like what happened with Tupac. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that was right after a Tyson fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that man, Oakland was devastated when that happened. Well, I'ma just say California, it was like everybody just for days, just playing his music everywhere you went, all over, on repeat, outside, anywhere. That was crazy. Was that one of the first rappers
You said one of the first rappers or what?
to be on Alive? That's the first one I remember.
No, that wasn't the first one. The most notable one was Scott LaRock,
Where was Scott LaRock from?
the Bronx.
Okay, see, I don't know.
He was down with KRS One. And the reason,
Okay.
and the crazy thing about it was they told the story on that the bullet wasn't even meant for him.
Mm.
It was D Nice had the beef.
I've heard of
It
D-Nice.
was over a female too.
Isn't it always? I think Suge even said that most of the beefs with, even with Tupac and Biggie and all of them, it all boils down to females for real.
Yep.
I mean, look at 50. Well, yeah, we can all tie it back to a woman.
People were trying to blame the Divine Nine organizations for the shenanigans going on at the Freaknik, right? They were.
Oh,
The fraternities.
really?
Yep.
Why?
Because it was their event.
Huh?
It was their event.
Oh, yeah, but it started small and then it just kind of grew, and then they couldn't contain or control the various people. Truth over emotion said it's always over women or money. Yeah, women, money, or power, right? I guess.
They say when my cousin, when he was locked up, he said, well, I had one cousin was in the feds, one was in state. He said roughly about 65% of people in there was over that, or maybe 55%
Over what?
uh, female, or losing your emotions over something.
Some ill nana.
Hmm.
I believe it. Yeah. Yeah, you guys have Foxy Brown. She was big out here.
But he also said it's indirect as well, because he said a lot of people, why did they sell drugs? To impress women. So I said, all right, I guess you can look at it like that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, because
yeah.
isn't that the whole, well, part of the manhood, or the, because men are socialized to, it's about the money and the power,
Hmm.
and then comes the woman. The
Um,
trophy on your arm. I mean, that's our society
yeah, but
historically.
it don't flip now.
What's the game now?
Women getting as much money as men now.
True.
That
Well,
thing
well,
flipped. It's
yeah.
flipped now.
Yeah, that's true.
Now it's the sentiment, and now is it's hard to find a man out here now.
That's true too. But look at our men.
I can break that down for you on why that's the case. I mean, it's by
Okay, wait.
design. It's by
But
design as
wait, did
well.
you did you hear somebody just posted something talking about the hormones in our food and how it has effeminized men?
I don't think so. It's just all about how you were raised. Really,
Huh?
it's all about how you were raised. Really.
Okay, so okay. Your natural innate instinct is to be attracted to either male or female. I mean, you kind of can't control who physiologically you get turned on by. It's just a natural response. So you're saying based on how you're raised,
No, I'm
that
not talking
information.
about that. I'm not talking
Okay.
about your orientation. You
Okay.
saying that um the men out here is more effeminate. That's what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying
The women are
well,
more like masculine now, right? That's what you're saying.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, pretty much.
that don't have nothing to do with for me that don't have nothing to do with your sexual orientation. It's just that the game don't flip. It really did, but you still have people out here that were raised the old school way that
Mhm.
still think traditionally, whether they're gay or straight.
Yeah.
Just because you're gay don't mean that you're not old school with it. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's some
Hmm.
people out here, they just old school, like, with it. They were raised on the old school way. It don't have nothing to do with their orientation. This old school principles. But the game has flipped a little bit. But I do see people out here that they're still the same way. But they still believe in the old school way. But the only thing is, though,
Uh-huh.
is women are telling me it's hard to find a man out here. And it's also vice versa for the men as well.
So,
Because of
okay.
social media. Social media is the reason for it.
So when women say it's hard to find a man, I I don't necessarily align with that. It there are a lot of men out here. I think it just depends. Women have got look at Cassie was a great example when she said, "If I can't date a Diddy, I mean, if I don't date Diddy, Jay Z is taken." There are a lot of in betweens, but I think social media has
Right.
influenced women to think that you can't date a man doing a 9 to 5. You can't date a garbage man or just
Right.
a real regular dude. No,
Right.
there are men. It's not a problem. It's never a problem finding a man. The problem is, in my opinion, is women who are just I don't want to you should be selective, you should have standards, but sometimes we're looking past good men for the wrong reasons. We're looking at the car that the man is sitting in versus looking at the man inside of the car. Like we're looking at the exterior trimmings. Oh, well, he's not this and that.
Right.
I mean, that's very common. I don't know about in other places, but in the Bay Area, I mean, that's the first thing. Well, what kind of car and this and what's the zip code? Like, and that matters because you want a provider. If you are having a family with the men, you as well as your man, your counter, should be able to take care of your kids. You don't want a man that you're gonna have to take care of him, the kids, and all of that. And so I get it, but at some point, I think some women, based on social media, they're believing the facade, just like the Cassie.
Okay.
Who would have thought that Diddy was doing her like that? But women will look at a Cassie and think, I want her life. I want that car. I want those bags. When it's a
Right.
facade, it's not real.
But watch
So
this
dial
though.
it down, huh?
Yeah, it's social media is doing it because when you see things on social media, that's what you want. And
Yes,
you always feel like you can get better. So you don't give an average
exactly.
guy. But here's the thing what the guys are doing now. There is it's a trend going on where guys are going overseas now. They don't give up. They're not even trying anymore.
The passport bros.
Well, not just the passport bros, just guys in general. They not even. Then some of them are still trying, but some of them just like they just gave up. They're not even trying to look. They're not even trying to date. They might take a trip or something. They might do that, or they might do different things. But that's a problem because people, you just like how the women are looking for the next best thing online. The men are doing the same thing. They think they can get
Yeah.
better too,
And
and they're
I
not being
understand that.
realistic. They're not being realistic.
I mean, okay, Antoine says I can describe the situation towards unrealistic expectations. And I think so. I agree with that because I find that a lot of the people who feel, and I mean, people have a right, do whatever it is that you want. You go search the world, but really, you take yourself wherever you go. And some of these men, I'm talking about the passport bros, and I don't get that deep into it. But when you're talking about going to find these women and they're different from Western women, our lifestyles are different. Yes, the women in some of these other countries, they are more subservient, but again, it's not that they are doing it because they're so much in love with you. Some of them are really, really poor. And they don't have the
Right.
same rights that we have here. So you have to look at it on a scale. You can't just say, um, I don't think you can just look at Western women and be like, oh, they're just, they don't listen and all of this. Go get you one of those
Well,
women.
here's the
Uh-huh.
thing. Here's the
Hmm.
thing about that. That's incorrect as well. See, they shouldn't be thinking that way because all they got to do is go outside because all women are not like that. But
Exactly.
see, what people are doing is they stand online and they're not getting out and socializing. And that's the problem. Like, You got to leave social media alone, because social media, what's on Instagram, is not accurate. There's still a
Yes.
lot of good people on the street. Just like you might
Mm-hmm.
say, okay, well, some people are looking for stuff that's unrealistic. Let me tell you how it's getting out here now, and I'm noticing this. Women are becoming bold as fuck. They're getting more aggressive with it. They get more aggressive with it now. That's what's gonna have to happen. They get more aggressive with it. See, it's on the game on flip. The game is really flipping out here. I be in the street all. I don't be in the street, but I'm outside. Like when I say I'm
Right.
outside, I don't mean that I'm always outside. I mean that I still have to go outside and live life. I don't
Right.
spend. See, most people, they work from home and they be on Instagram, which is okay because you need an outlet. You got to be online. Most people work online, but you just need a balance. Just go outside, go to the park. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, look, check this out. I know this for a fact, guys. I know this for a fact because I'm up here in Jersey right now. What do you call that? When people order their food, what do you call that?
DoorDash.
No, the groceries.
Instacart.
Okay, I did Instacart up here, right? Just to see what I could do.
Uh-huh.
I got so much business that I had to turn it down.
Oh,
You know
really?
why? You know why?
What?
Because people don't even want to go to the grocery store no more.
Yeah.
So everything is online.
Yeah.
People want to be served, which it's a convenience. So you don't have to do it. It's a convenience. It's like having a personal assistant. But let me see what True says. He said women today can't even recognize a successful man in public. Well, see, here's the thing. Hold on, let me read the last part. Many women only date online now. See, that's the thing, right? They see what they see online, Truth, right? And it might be unreal. I can't say what's unrealistic for somebody. I can't speak for people, so I don't know what's unrealistic for you, right? I don't know, but everybody got something that's unrealistic for them. Like it's all subjective, but they think like I can get better. I can get better. Like I want somebody that make 400,000 a year. Um, and then what's his name came along talking about this is what you call um, what did he say? He said this is the
Samuel.
yes,
Samuel
yes,
guy.
Samuel came along. What did he say? This is the what man again? The
Um, High value.
high value man, and then you had the high value sis come in. There's a lady talking about that. Um, I get see what Kevin Samuel was saying was he's saying people really, what his message was? His message really was people have these high expectations.
Yeah.
That's what his message was, right?
But
But
I agree with him.
he used to have a little shock value in it because he had to get his clicks and he had to get clicks. He get paid for the clicks. But his message was, why not date that sanitation guy? Why not get his brother a chance? Because his brother got maybe a huge upside to him. He might not be where he at now, but he have a good mind on him. He has a good personality. That has to count for something. But hey, man, it's like I can't speak for people. Like people want what they want, right? But
I think
um,
I
yeah,
think you have to be realistic because as a woman, I've gone through different stages. I'm more mature now, right? But there are times in my life when I was younger, when I didn't have responsibilities, when I was jazzier, and you can be attracted and date a different type of man. Now, when you get to be a certain whatever it is, you don't even have to be older. But when you start gaining weight, you're putting effort into your child and your job, and you're not really focusing on yourself like them Instagram girls. You're not gonna attract the same type of men. That's
okay,
the
but
reality of it. So, but let me say this. So these women sitting up there talking about you 297 pounds, and I'm not trying to body shame anybody, but you're not going to get the guy who's a gym rat because probably he's into health and fitness. The same way a young woman who's doing yoga and all of those things is not going to want a couch potato for me. Like you got to really know what are you doing here?
okay, but Truth said here he said we used to meet women at the mall in the '90s and go to Burger King and date in the movies. things were organically good. Now here's the thing. Um, yeah, we gotten away from that, but maybe somebody else could speak on this. Maybe some of the guys, we ain't necessarily looking for that celebrity. We know what guys are looking for.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, this is a guy. Now we have other guys vouch to see what they say. We looking for peace of mind.
Yeah.
That's what we looking for. We looking for a friend. We looking for
Right.
somebody that's a nice person. That's what we looking
Right.
for.
Yeah. But
Yep.
but let me tell you, and women, we're looking for stability and peace. Women are a little bit more complex, maybe. So we are looking for those basic fundamentals too, especially when you've gone through so many things in life. Ain't nobody out here trying to conquer the world no more. We looking for somebody that we can come home. We done had a
Okay.
rough day in the world, and we can have some peace at home as well.
You see
I
what
don't think
Ryan just said here?
a lot
Ryan
of
said
men
a
are
lot.
just. Go ahead.
Well, you was gonna read it?
Okay, a lot of men are just saving money, then move out of the country and find a woman there because your money can go a long ways outside of USA, especially Asia.
Okay,
Okay.
right. Well, check this out. Okay, the second part what he said was your money go a long way.
Mhm.
So let me tell you this right now. I just did a video on it on my other channel. I got another channel, Max
Mhm.
Reacts. On that channel, I just did a video on the statistics because, um, okay, the cost of living. The cost of living is going to go up everywhere, and
Yes.
Southeast Asia is no different, right? Okay,
Mhm.
so the price went up in, let's say, Thailand. I'm going to give you a specific one, Thailand. But here's the thing: you could still, when I say the price went up, comparable to here, it's nothing still. Like there, you can get a 2-bedroom condo overlooking the beach. You can still find it for 400 a month. Now, if you really want to live just like balling, you're gonna pay about 600 a month. Okay, that's including the utilities is only about like maybe about another $50. Okay, and then you might want a housekeeper. There's a lot of people get housekeepers out there. You helping when you do that, you're helping the economy out there, right? You're
Ryan, I'm
creating you're
sorry.
creating a job.
They probably have to be, Ryan. They probably have to be. Yeah. Ryan said women outside of the US are more submissive. Yeah. That's we are in the workforce here. We have equal rights. So I believe that.
Yeah,
That's not
see,
going to change.
but here's the thing though. We're gonna get back to that because I need your opinion on that. When you say
Mhm.
women in the workforce, I need your opinion on that. So okay, so you have that. So you might want to get you a housekeeper. Did you know you can get a chef there too? You can have somebody cook for you,
Mhm.
and you might not be paying that much money, but guess what? You're helping their business out. You're helping their local economy out, so it balances out. So, and then food. Let's say you want to go grocery shopping. Well, that depends on how much you want to spend at that point. Like it just depends on your needs. But if you want to eat out every day local, you're spending about $2 a plate, right? So it just depends on your lifestyle. But comparable to here, it's an easier life. Um, Now let's get back to what you were just saying about what you say about women in the workforce.
Yeah, I mean the women here, a lot of the women I have Filipino cousins. Their mother's Filipino. My cousin, he's African American, and his wife, she's from the Philippines. Totally different. But the way she was raised versus us, we it's a difference. Absolutely. He's from here, but he got his wife over there. They were dirt poor. She was submissive. She
Was
was
he
a
in the
lot of things.
military?
Yeah, he was in the military, and
Okay,
so
okay,
yeah,
yeah.
and so he met the wife, brought her over here. As
Uh,
soon as she got a little bit of something, he became the N word. They got a divorce, and once she got her rights and she became acclimated into our customs here and had some rights, she was just like anybody else. I mean, I think women are basically the same. You show your true colors when you are given your opportunities. Yet to say that a woman is a particular way in a country where she doesn't have the same rights as us is, I mean, of course not. If I look, you look at, we can use Cassie and Diddy as an example. A woman who is self assured, making her own and doing this, she's probably not going to subject herself to that because somebody telling me I'm not paying your rent, that's not going to be a conversation we're going to have. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
yes, it's going to be different. However, the same passport bros, you got to understand, we got African men coming over here treating us a particular way that the brothers over here don't treat us. So, I think there's just like these little
Wait, how do
avenues.
they treat you compared to us? How do they treat you? The
Well,
African brothers.
the African men are very different. I mean, the last person I dated was an African male. Um,
Hmm.
and it's a different experience. I mean, that the financial component, that's not a concern to them. They're not talking about that.
Like,
I
what do you
mean,
mean it's not a concern to them?
like how me like somebody is saying, well, you go to other countries, it's cheaper. They are pretty much like, I'm gonna say there's some arrogance. You know, there's also, they don't have the same relationship with white Americans as we do because they haven't had the history. So they kind of come in more as a, I'm gonna say I don't know a polite way to say it, a better way to say it, but they just don't. They come in different. They show up different as alpha males in charge. I mean, there's a lot of culture. You know, dating an African man, if they have family that's here, you're gonna see it. You're gonna be part of a community. It's really different. I mean, it's a different lifestyle. The money is not an issue. It's like he is the man of the house. And so I've dated men from here, and I'm not knocking the men because I mean I love black men. That's not an issue. That's my preference. But when we talk about dating other cultures, there is
Real
a
quick, let me say
difference.
something real quick. Hey, Antoine, I'm
Mhm.
gonna have to do it tomorrow because I went live on YouTube, the app, and I can only invite one person at a time. But tomorrow, what I'm gonna do is, if you're around, we're gonna continue it tomorrow and have a panel. We'll do it tomorrow.
So like Anton says, a good number of women in other countries are taught to how to be a wife. We could say a good men in other countries are taught how to be husbands. I mean, we could always make arguments and say that I think it's okay. So here's the thing. Okay, in my sector, I'm in cybersecurity. I work with a lot of Indian men. I work with
Hmm.
a lot of white males. They prefer Asian women, the white males, over white women. Now, same thing, the submissiveness, whatever. So it's not. So I don't know why. I know a lot of African American women get pissed when they hear black men go to other countries and all this stuff, but it's like white men do it too. They were doing it first, you know? And then I see other cultures like the Indians, they're very homogenous. They stay within their own groups, but I see those men being very family oriented with their women. And then I see African men coming over here and they treat us different, I think, than the black men over here.
Yeah, when you say they treat you different, like, what do you mean?
See, Anton says it. It's not arrogance. Brothers from the continent and the islands have a sense of confidence. So you see, the same way the men are saying that women in other countries are submissive. Well, for women, we like the confidence that they bring when they come to this country. The same way, if you go abroad and you find women, they're more submissive and they're more, you know, family oriented.
How do the brothers act over here though? They don't act like they confident.
No, that's yeah, they do. That's yeah, I said it could be considered arrogance, and Anton says no, it's not arrogance. It's that they're more confident. And so he's clarifying
Well,
my
no, I'm
statement.
talking about the brothers. I'm not talking about the African bro. I'm talking about the
Oh,
brothers from here. Like, they're not confident.
no, I'm not saying that they're not. I mean, it's probably akin to what when they're saying women aren't submissive. Some black women
Right,
are
right,
submissive, some
right. I
aren't.
wanted to get
So
your perspective on, like, I
I
want to know,
feel
like, how y'all feeling. Like,
I,
what's the
I
I
feel like
understand what you said. That there's a sense of family. They come over here. There's a sense of community when they come over here.
yeah, like the Africans,
Hmm.
like you hear black men, I'm not going to say black men, I'm going to say us as a people, we'll be like the white man this, or I hear so many people always referring to white is right or white is better or get to white. African men don't do that. That's not something you're going to hear them say. They're never going to ever act like,
You don't hear other cultures doing that either.
well, yeah, I mean, I've gone out with an Indian from, Indian and an African,
How do they
and
act? Indian.
uh yeah, Indian. It was, I don't know. It was too, it was too different. I mean, they, the one that I went, I did. Well, I work with a lot of Indian men, so it's different. Most of them are married, but once you become a friend, like we will kind of hang out at work or something. Those are Americanized Indian males, so it's a little different. Believe it or not, they got rap. Like we
Wait a
have
minute. Wait a minute.
like they
Wait a minute.
play.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What did Antoine said? Celebrity said, "Thank you for ignoring us brothers from the islands. We have a strong dislike for we have a strong dislike for colonizers."
Colonizers.
He said, "Wait a minute." He said, "Thanks for ignoring brothers from the island." Well, Antoine, his lineage is from the islands. He's from Haiti.
Well,
Well,
I know women
wait a
that.
minute, Antoine, you were born here, so he's second generation, but his lineage is from on the islands. Hmm.
Yeah, but I
But
mean, I have
he
people in
said,
my
"Thank you
family from
for
the.
he messing with you." He said, "Thank you for ignoring us brothers from the
But
islands."
we're not ignoring it. No, because we're not, because I have friends who have dated men from, the islands and stuff, and they are different as well. They're not like the brothers born here on this soil. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, the
I'm not
brothers
in it,
from the
but see,
islands too. They do have the same, like they have that sense of confidence and everything else.
yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
and so I understand
He
how.
messing with you, celebrity. He wish he was on the panel, but we can only do two at one time. But we
Okay.
gonna he. I told him I'm gonna hit him up tomorrow so we can have another panel to do a part two.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think I personally, I think you should, date who makes you happy. But my experience with the African man was eye-opening, and not just so much because it was more or less the sense of community, the sense of uh the lead role in every aspect, not domineering necessarily, but it was just like there was no, it was just a different experience. Like you don't, there's no white male. It's like the challenging, like why, you are beneath me. And I'm not trying to say it in a bad way, but it's never it wasn't any kind of racism on their part, but it was, we're equal in this country. Those of us that are here, foundational black people, like we ain't been treated equal, so we don't have the same conversations. So it was beautiful to see men that can walk with the confidence and go back to their country and show us all the riches and the wealth that they had, because we didn't know that.
Well,
I actually got an opportunity to meet an African king. Well, some of the people who I shared that comment with was a king. That's great. Yeah, because you don't know. You don't know. Like it's so much of our culture and history that we don't know. And so just to see and experience it, I mean,
well, we don't. Me and Antoine know. Our like our high school teacher. He really schooled us like with world history. We know.
yeah, yeah.
But here's the thing, though. So what you're saying is American, the brother here from the United States, they don't really have a confidence like that. That's what you're saying,
I think there's some,
because
okay,
they
so
feel like they have been conquered or something like that.
well, what, let me say this. The black men that I've experienced that have had the similar level of confidence I've experienced on the HBCU campus, but now these are younger males, because I'm not, these are
Mm-hmm.
the younger, this new generation is different. when I told you I went to visited
Yeah, with your
Hamptons with
daughter.
it.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, and so when I saw these black males, I'm like, damn, like this. It was a sense of pride, a sense of brotherhood, and things that I had not. Well, we don't have black universities here in California,
Well, see,
so
okay, let me stop right there. That's where the disconnect is coming from. Because I'm trying to figure out where the disconnect. Because we've been had brothers over here that was like that. We've been. It's like I'm trying to figure out. Like, damn, like we. You remember the show Different World?
yeah.
We've been having that. We do have brothers over there that got knowledge of self, and we walk with our head up high.
Well,
It's
I'm not.
just we're here.
I'm not saying that. Okay, so what I was saying when I used that example, I was making that to be akin to when men say that women in other countries are more submissive. I'm just saying we can always find things or differences in other cultures that are not necessarily prevalent. They
Right.
exist, but people make generalizations. So that was a generalization that I was making. I prefer black men, but I'm saying when I hear black men talk about, oh, well, if you go here,
That's
the women
true.
are more that's all I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
not saying
Every
that,
culture is different.
yeah.
There is differences in the culture. There is.
And so when I hear black men talk about going outside of their race, I'm saying black women can make the same argument. It's not just black men see women that are more submissive. Black women see things in other males and from other ethnic groups and other countries that we don't see in our men here. We're not a homogenous group. We're not a
Right.
monolith. But what I'm saying is we can always point fingers and say, well, this one is better than that and this and that. We can all do that. But I think it's better if we come together and build on our sameness and learn to appreciate. But I don't think we do that. I don't think our men do it for us. And then so we in turn be like, okay, well, deuces to you too. Because when I hear these passport bros talk about they're going abroad, it's like, okay, that's cool. But you do know that there are men out there. I tell black women, date Indian men. Go like y'all limit yourself. You so worried about these brothers not wanting you. It's a whole bunch of. I have a friend whose has husband is Japanese. I have a friend whose husband is Indian. Like it's a lot if you get outside of yourself. But black women tend to only want black males. And that's how I was raised as well. But instead of getting upset, it's like you need to broaden your horizon the same way that the black men are. A lot of black women get so offended when a brother's with a white girl. Well, that's kind of passe now. They don't care about that. But the passport brothers and stuff. It's like y'all can do it too. You just gotta be
Well,
open to it.
you know what I think was happening? There's like a war going on. It's been going on. And we didn't start it. I think it happened way before our generation. There's a war going on between our women and us. There's a war. I feel like our women don't fully respect us. Now, I'm not speaking for everybody. That's a general
Yeah.
statement, a
Hmm.
generalization, but it might be like not the overall consensus, but um, it's something to it. It's by I think it's by design. It's just the way society is. They feel like we're power. You women feel like we're powerless, but here's the problem. No, you need us though. You do need us
Absolutely.
because it's a balance. You do need
Absolutely.
us. And then, but
Yeah.
see, the problem I'm seeing is these guys are leaving. These guys are leaving, right, and going
Hmm.
overseas. And then what I'm hearing now from a lot of people is that it's hard for them to find a man. Like
But
a
see,
lot of my friends are saying that it's hard for them to find a man.
I feel like it's not hard for you to find a man. It's like, what kind of man are you trying to find? Like, if we get down to the nitty gritty about the type of men that are out there, there are good men out there. That I don't think it's a. I think our. I don't. It's the same thing with the black men saying that they
But
got
you
to
need to
go
travel.
overseas to get. Huh?
You just need to get out and travel.
I think
That's for
that is one
everybody.
thing, but it's the same thing with black men saying they can't find a good woman here. I don't believe
Right.
that either. No,
And it's good
there's
women
good
out
women out
there.
there.
I still believe this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's good women out there.
It
But
and
see,
it's
here's the
kind of like
thing: like people
mhm.
just need to get offline and go back
See,
outside.
And that's the okay, so let me say this. Now, I tried dating online some previously. I don't like it because
I don't
online
either.
everything is curated and it's this and that and you're sending the pretty pictures or whatever. For me, the chemistry is in the being with that person, how they smell, like how you can sit there when you shoulder to shoulder. It's the whole ambiance
Oh,
of being in their space, right? You can't
right.
get that online. You could say anything.
Yeah,
You
you
will
got to
watch a
get
movie
offline.
online and fall in love. Music could make you fall in love,
There you
but when
go.
you are with somebody, it's going to be the little things that they do that make you laugh or that catch your eye or
Yeah,
the just
you got to
you
get
know when
that.
you yeah, it's like so you can't get that online to me. So and when you first meet somebody, I think people have to realize the pheromones, the chemistry. When you meet somebody, and sometimes you might meet somebody, you might not be attracted to them, but it's so many elements of
Mm.
falling in love or being friends or things. You got to be in their space, and I don't think you get that online. Because online, you seeing the ish that's going, you just talking, you writing a script, you writing a movie. Get in that person's space, and then they get to see when you fall asleep. Are you snoring? What you doing? Like, am I cool with that? You gotta experience. It's the experience, not
But
the
one
online.
man is saying, he said that's because we worry on how much money we make versus other countries. They are more appreciative on what they have. That's true.
Okay, wait. Say that again. That's because we worry how much money we make versus other countries. They are more appreciative. Yeah, I agree with that because like
Yeah.
I said, my family, the side that's from the Philippines, the kids would get one pair of shoes every once or twice a year. So we would send clothes back. We would send boxes of clothes even if the shoes were too big, they appreciated it. But it's not our fault that we're in this. See, I feel like that's another thing. When we talk about how society, how we view things, we are all in this, we were all acculturated to deal with this society here. So don't blame us for being part of it. We're all a part of it. How do we talk about it and break it down so we can be on one accord? You know how you talk about be on one accord? Be what you say, what do you say? We all need to be on one or something?
Well, at least try to get along. You don't have to get along.
No, you say be on code. That's what you say.
What you say?
You say how you be saying, you said we need to be on code.
When I say on code, I'm talking about everybody at this point
I know,
because
but I'm talking about us as black men and women. If we stop talking about, oh well, in other countries they appreciate more, we got to talk about what's going on with us. And okay, so I don't make this amount, and I don't have, and you not
well,
packing like this. We if we talk
we just need to get offline.
that too.
But see, the problem is everything is online now. And people, what I see, you know what I see sometimes I go in the park, people be chilling in the park, hanging out, hanging out and talking. That's what you got to do. Just got to get off social media for a while. I mean, people work on social media, but I'm talking about just go outside.
Okay,
You'll find stuff out there.
so in my household, I was raised. I had a stepdad. My dad is still alive. My stepdad passed. So I had two men in my life, and I'm an only child and professional. So I had a pretty good upbringing. It wasn't about the money in our family because I had a decent, but the things that I find memorable and the type of men that I'm attracted to, we had fish fries. They played dominoes. My dad, they would slam, so those are the things that are important to me. My family, both of my parents were professionals. My mom was a nurse. Your mom's a nurse, you know that. You went to Catholic school, I went to Catholic school. All of these things were probably very similar. It wasn't about how who had the richest this or that. No, it wasn't about driving the Cadillacs, but to some degree, they did stuff like that. But it was about we were a community. My dad had friends that would come to the house and they would drink their bourbon or whatever, watch the fights and stuff. It's hard to find men that are I don't want to say simple, because I don't mean simple in that's simple, but those kind of things I feel like we've gotten away from. Like everybody got to be flashy and this and that. That's where I feel some of the disconnect is. We don't even do those kind of things anymore. We ain't sitting around laughing, playing cards and watching it's like everything is so hyper. Oh, are we going to the Carter Beyonce? Oh, those tickets are $750, or like, relax. You know, Max, did you tune me out? Uh, okay, so Anton said some Black women think that they can raise their sons better than their father. I don't subscribe to that, because I think kids need both parents. So I believe that, and see, Anton, okay, for everything that you're saying, there's a counter. Some Black men don't take care of their kids. They don't want to. The woman is the head of the household. So again, there's a lot of finger pointing for everything that you're saying a Black woman does. I can find the counter and say where the Black man is being looked at, and there's a deficit on his part. How do we get to a place where we find some solutions and stop blaming each other? Ryan said it's going to be hard to change it because the cost of living here. Yeah, and everyone is worried if they can live a decent life. I'm a Sigma male, so I'm cool offline and can adapt to any environment, but I'm good being myself if need be. I don't force the issue. Um, yeah, I think there's a space. I think what Max was saying is we just kind of got to get out, and you got to meet people and see who you connect with. I don't think doing it online is for me at least. Jen says life was simpler. Yes, in the 80s and the 90s before the internet. I agree with you, Jen. We got to see real men. Men got to see real women. Then now everything is a facade. I mean, just even looking at this P. Diddy case where we're seeing Puffy and these women and the fake bodies and the fake lifestyle, and you sitting up here getting peed on to carry a Louis Vuitton bag. Like, come on now, seriously? And so now you jumping in this car and you trying to, here in the Bay Area, we call it high side. You trying to high side on everybody like you all this and that. But girl, you just done got ran through by a whole bunch of like, you're not. I could carry a $2 bag, but I got way more self-respect and self-esteem. You're not better than anybody. So I think it's what they present to us. It's a facade. You're doing all of these things and demoralizing yourself to have material things, which we've recently found out a lot of these Louis Vuitton bags cost $2 to make. So you get peed on and drugged through, ran through for this fake ish. No. Ryan says I think the 80s was better because it was cheaper to live in. I mean, I know finances is a big thing. Anton says to me, Black is Black. Don't matter if you're from the plantation, the islands, or the continent. Black is Black, but I think like with anything, it's also your culture. Like you could be African American, but how were you raised? Like what's your similar cultures? Like even when you go abroad, again, you meet people and they have different norms and different rituals, which is different. The bottom line is all about the money here. I don't see, Ryan. I don't feel that it is expensive to live here. Definitely is, but um, I haven't. I mean, I've been a professional, so I grind, do my work, and you know, college graduate. You might not be rich, but you can take care of yourself. I don't know if it's some people want to be entrepreneurs. That's never been my thing. I haven't been disciplined enough, so I've had a corporate job. But even with that, I think you can be okay. I don't think it's a bad thing. And then when you have a partner who's kind of on, you know, aligned with your goals, you can be okay. You might not be dry. I know in Atlanta, I hear like the women, they want Rolls Royces, or they call them the double R's or the Bentleys. I'm not talking about that kind of lifestyle. To me, again, that's more the Hollywood type of stuff. But you can live okay. Truth over emotion says, I want a woman I can just go talk to in the park, go to the arcade,
Right. I'm telling you, that's
golf
what
and
we
dinner.
want. Yep, I want that
And
too.
and and those women are out there. Are y'all okay, truth over emotions. Are you telling me that you done met, I don't know if you're married or single or whatever, But have you had a woman that you asked on a date and was like, "Hey, you just went freestyling," and she didn't want to go to the park, she didn't want to go to the arcade, none of that? Because if you like somebody, you don't care where you are. It doesn't matter. You're gonna have a good time. If you like somebody, if a woman is digging you, baby, the only time a woman, in my opinion, really all of that is a factor is if she's not feeling you. She wants to experience the this and the that. And of course, we want to have the nice dates and we want those nice things. But for the most part, if you can laugh with a person and have fun, it doesn't matter where you are. And those are the type of are you attracting those type of women? There's sisters out there, you gotta have the patience to weed them out. And it's the same thing with the men. It's some see, okay, another thing, women, let me tell you what women say. Oh, well, all they want is to get in your underwear. That's the common perception for us. So when women say they can't find a good man, sometimes we say that because we feel like you don't even want to get to know me. All you want to do is go to bed. And then as soon as we do that, then you're gonna be off doing the next thing. See? So we have a certain reason why we're guarded as well, you know. And so some women are, they feel like, okay, well, I want you to wine me and dine me to see if you really care, which I don't think that that's a good standard or method. But some of the dating women, the women that are, that teach women to date, they tell you that men, they only, if they're not investing in you, they don't like you or they don't care about you. So that's something that women are being taught. And I will say that probably happens here in this country. Um, But yeah, I know a lot of it. I'm a Delta, so I have sorority sisters. My sorors, they have it's all kind of men up and down the chart. They have some men are doing very, very well financially and others aren't. And it's mainly about who they connect with and who they love. That's what I see, you know.
Oh, you a Delta?
Mhm. Uh the one thing that is definitely missing in dating is the art of courting. I agree with that. And I think that's because both sides are scared of being kinda hurt. I grew up in the time where, my dad taught me, men are supposed to pick you up from the house. They're supposed to meet the family. They're supposed to be men, and you have to be a lady. You just certain things that you do. So, I grew up with men being polite. They not cussing in front of us. They not acting I mean, down the line, but a lot of that is gone, you know? Hey, thank you. Yeah, well, if you find a guy which has really nice personality, good person inside, makes 50 grand a year, you're making 100, would you personally go over the money he's making? Okay, so if you find a guy which has a really nice personality and a good person inside, he makes 50 grand a year, you're making 100, would you personally go
Yeah.
over the money he's making?
Mm.
Um, well, in California, a six-figure salary is pretty much the basis for most professionals out here. So, uh, but I'm gonna say I
Cost of
have
living is
dated.
so high.
Yeah. So 100,000, like for us, that's if you're most corporations you work at out here, that's what you're gonna make. So goes without saying. But if I were to meet a man who makes less than me, it's not the money. It's you're looking at the motivation of the character of the man. Like I know I grew up in a two-parent family with professional parents, so I'm always reminded, and my parents have taught me everybody wasn't as blessed as you. So I don't look down on people that are not as, who may not have had the education and the opportunities, but I am going to look at how you treat me. I'm not going to have a man who's sitting at home with his feet up on the couch, a couch potato. No, now that's not. I'm not having that. I mean, your hustle needs to be a hustle. I just need to know we both out there grinding a little bit. So it's not the money; it's more about the ambition. I'm never going to be a woman who's just with a man who's slovenly and don't want to do nothing. No, I mean, that's not gonna push me forward. That's not gonna motivate me. I mean, I need to be able to say, "Damn, baby, I had a bad day today. What you think about this?" And have him tell me, "Well, you need to think," because I'm gonna listen. Women, I think women, we want our men to lead. And then they say, well, you need to do this. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And then what does he need? Oh, I had a rough day. I need you to rub my feet or something. It's a trade off. Yeah, we ain't trade no more. Everybody is the me area. So for me, no, the money is not going to be. Now I ain't gonna lie. Now let me be real with you. Am I going to be wanting to date a man that works at McDonald's? Probably not. I'm a mature woman, so I'm thinking at a certain age in life, you should have progressed beyond that. But now, if you make less than me, based on the things that your character is good and stuff, that's not even a consideration. Hey, can we go to? Hey, can we take some trips? Can we do some things? Can we laugh and have a good time? We ain't got to do it all the time. That's what's important. And then I think it matters at different stages of your life. When I was younger, material things meant more. I was young. As you get older, hell, we looking at different things. We talking about health care. We talking about, what kind of benefits we gonna have, how did we invest, where we gonna retire, all of those things, baby. So when we do this, are we gonna be able to have this nice trip? What's on your bucket list? What's on my bucket list? Stuff like that. What kind of conversations are you having?
Well, you read Truth Over Emotions on comment,
I'm
and
just reading
then
it out.
let
Okay.
me see. Antoine said people are so focused on the wrong things that they um track each other dream, take each other dream, take a dream fakers. Stop making excuses and look for a dream maker. And then Truth said, I'm single. I went to school for tech in Austin and also an artist, and I don't fit into one box. I'm a Gen X hood blend. I quit hustling at 16. I was catching up on the comments.
Yeah. Um.
Um, okay, so he Gen X. We mostly all of us in here Gen X. Uh, mostly all of us Gen X. Um,
What does Anton mean when he says stop making excuses and look for a dream maker? Can you explain that when he says a
well,
dream maker?
we definitely gonna have this conversation again tomorrow when he on the panel.
Okay.
Maybe he'll elaborate more on it. I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't gonna be on. I'll be honest with you. I'm like the way that things are out here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people look at social media like you need to make this, you need to make that. You know, but then also I still say okay, there's some people out there that's not like that. Um, but you do have an influx of guys are going overseas. You
I
do have
know.
an influx are going over there. A lot of brothers just concentrating on stacking their money at this point and just going that way. I hear a lot of brothers saying that too. Not just the brothers, all men. We're
But
in a
Meg, I
society
don't.
now. Check this out. We're in a society now where all demographic of men is thinking the same. They're like, "Yeah, man, I'm gonna do this. You know, go overseas, go here." So I get where everybody coming from. I get where you coming from too. I don't know. It's complicated as you get older.
I think it is complicated, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the passport. The only thing I think is that I just really wish that we as a group could stop knocking each other. If you want to go and find somebody, I
Right.
mean, because in most of our families, I'm sure most of us have all ethnics. Well, the men in my family, they've married all different type of women, so it's part of your family. So
Well,
you,
we have all ethnic of people in here listening right
yeah.
now.
So we right. So it's not a big deal. But I feel like let's just not villainize each other or vilify each other. And be like the black woman is so bad and this and that. Just like I tell black women the same thing. Don't knock the black men because they have it rough, but we do too.
Yeah.
And you have to find what makes you happy. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. When I was younger, I used to be like, oh, that's terrible. But as I've gotten older, because dating an African is not dating a black man. Even though people say they're black is black, no, they might as well be white in the sense of the difference in the culture and the difference in their views and the diversity of thought of opinion. Like it
See,
is
but see, when
different.
you say that,
Hmm.
your view of black men is skewed. I'm trying to figure out
But
where that's coming from because you're
but
saying
no,
that.
but but
They don't
okay,
think
but
like us. They have more of a self-esteem. See, the thing is, it's not just that. It's just the view of black men in this country. They
but
look down at us. People looking
but
down. I'm trying to figure out why.
but why do okay? So, but do you feel like? Don't you feel like when men say we're not submissive, that's a knock against black women? That's skewed as well.
I'm not saying all women. You guys, you still got some submissive women here.
And they got some black men with confidence here too. I'm making a generalization to
Oh, you
match
making a
that argument
generalization? Okay.
to match the whole argument about black women aren't submissive. That's
Well,
my counter to what
here.
that's I'm just saying.
I don't
Huh?
know. You. Let me see. Let me see. Are we looking for? I guess actually it's going back. Okay, I get what you're saying. It's going back to the cultural thing again.
I'm
Yeah, you
saying
going
when
back to
when
the cultural thing when you say, yeah, I get what you're saying.
yeah, I'm
Because when
saying
you're saying submissive, it is a cultural thing. They like, I get what you're saying.
yeah, it's not I'm not I prefer black men, okay? And I grew up my family,
Well,
the,
I'm
the
like
black
this.
men.
You should prefer whoever you want to be with. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I prefer what's okay. So
Right.
my preference by default is what I've grown to know, which is
Right.
black men. My experience with an African male, just like I guess some passport brothers, showed me something different. So it kind of opened my eyes to like, because I was the one who would only date black men. I mean, I had gone out with other cultures and stuff, but not
But you
never got
you
serious with
travel,
them.
but you travel some.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but
Hmm.
traveling. It like the travel for me was like vacation destinations. I've never traveled to date somebody because traveling was just going to experience the culture, not the men per se. You know what I mean? I wouldn't feel I don't feel comfortable like going to another country just
Oh,
looking for me.
yeah, I heard about that. He said, a woman did a video complaining that men overseas in different countries go 50-50 on dates. Y'all heard about? Yeah, I heard about that. She complained about. I forget where she went.
Yeah, I
She
don't
wa-
know.
she was saying they were going 50-50 on. I forget what country it was. She was. I saw that on Instagram. Well, I saw a clip of it.
Okay, so and I'll say this. I really feel that eh, how do you say it? I feel like a lot of who you are and who you attract has a lot to do with who you are. Like
Yeah, that's true.
I haven't had my experiences with men. I've had most of the men in my life have been providers. I haven't had a problem because that's just I'm that kind of person. I go out and I've always been self independent. So I wasn't looking for a man to take care of me. I just wanted a man who would be, if we are together, if something happened to me, you got my back, I'll have your back. That was something important. But I've, in the realms or the circles that I run in, men, they were solid guys. I don't know. I have not heard complaints, in terms of men not feeling like they're corporate guys or they working men. It's not an issue. It's not. I don't. It's just not an issue. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Even if there's a blue collar worker, these are working men. They're working. So I don't understand when the guys are talking about the money thing because these are working men. I really don't think that men who realize that you are working, you're a homeowner, you do this and that. I mean, I'm assuming that they're kind of doing the same type of things. They're working, they're taking care of their whatever they have. They've made a life for themselves, so they're not trying to live off of you. And so you're equally yoked. Y'all gonna get up and go work and hustle and do what you got to do. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I am seeing a trend where guys is like really stop trying. I read an article. They did a study on this. I'm talking about the generation below me. I'm talking about from 2025 to what is it? What they go 25 to 38.
Uh
They
huh.
said a lot of these guys are just like single. They're not even trying. And I want to know. I always try to figure out what's the reason for it. Like why? Um,
Okay,
they just feel like they financially not where they're supposed to be, and they're not
Mac.
even trying.
Max, you are a person, you're like a historian to me. You know a lot of history, you know a lot about different cultures, you're very well versed. What about over in China where Asian women are unable to get married, where their parents have to take them to the market to find a man? You know anything about that?
Yeah, well, this guy did a you can research it on YouTube. He did a video on it. It's like an open marketplace that they can go to and find significant others for their kids. Yeah, I saw that. That is a
Okay.
thing. Hmm.
Hmm. So my point is that a lot of times black people act like it's indicative to just us when it's not. It is a world thing. It has to do with just populations and how we are progressing as a society. It's not just a black issue that black men go to the passport. Again, like I said, white men, there are a large percentage of them that date Asian women. There's a large percentage of what are they? The Etrian women here in the Bay Area that date white men. Like it's not just us. I mean, black people talk about colorism. Do you know Indians have a caste system? They have a color caste system. Puerto Ricans have a colored caste system. Like we always, and maybe because we're black, so of course, we're going to be Afrocentric in our focus and the things that we talk about. But these things are not just happening to us. If you look at the world, if you look at everybody in totality, all cultures experience where there's a certain population that reject their women, or the women reject the men. You know what I'm saying? Like the black men are not the original passport bros. They're not. So I don't know why people get up in arms about it. It's like, okay, they're not the first to do it. They don't have a name for black women, but black women are kind of doing something similar as well.
Yeah,
There's
they call them the passport sisters.
okay. So see, I'm just saying it's like it's almost
That's what they
like
call them.
we're pointing fingers and throwing rocks at each other. And I just think that's silly. Like kind of do what's good for you. I don't have
Well,
to
look,
bash black, huh?
when you say passport bros, you know that comprise of all races, right?
No,
When
well,
when you when you say passport bro, you're not
uh-huh.
just talking about me. You're talking about all. Like Ryan could be a passport bro. If
Yeah, that's what I okay, so I when I learned about it or when it became popular on YouTube is when
right.
with the Samuel, Sam whatever that man's name is, when he was talking about it, but I do know that prior to that that it was the white males, they were from what I remember, when I first got into IT, I just remember it was a thing where they would talk about dinks and, white men was only dating Asian girls. And that was a shock to me. Like, well, here in the Bay Area, that was a big
Okay, but
thing.
look, I gotta give you
Hmm.
some historical on it. We've been traveling since World War I and World War II and Vietnam War. We've been traveling over to Southeast Asia and other places, but it wasn't like hyped as what it is now. But you got brothers over there right now that's retired over in the Philippines. They retired over in Thailand. They're there.
Yes.
They've been
White
traveling, but it's just
white
not as
men,
It wasn't
white
popular as
men,
it is now.
white men doing it. One of the engineers that I work with, his wife, he bought land and retired over in the Philippines. Not a brother, but yes, the white men. Uh-huh. Because
Yeah,
he said they
brothers,
get
brothers,
he's
brothers. I got a friend of mine now. He come in the chat. He bought a villa over there. That's a
yeah,
brother. Yeah, he brought a vacation villa. And a lot of brothers retired over there because what happens is the reason why it's not because the sisters over here ain't treating them right. It's because it's more economical to live over there because it's cheaper. That's why. It's not just because of the women. You're gonna have
okay.
problems with women anywhere you go in the world.
Thank
Okay,
you.
but
That's
no,
that's what
but see, here's the thing: the reason why they're going over there
Mhm.
and retiring over there after their military benefits because they got military benefits, right? Your military benefits go farther over there, so that's why a lot of people repatriate and go over to Philippines or anywhere in Southeast Asia. It's not just because of the women; it's because it's very economical to live over there. Like for example, here a two-bedroom here where I'm at now, that's like $2,800 a month, and you living in the hood. But
Yeah.
over there, let me tell you something. If you spend 2,000 over there, you're living like a damn king.
I
You're
know.
you're you're living your Rolls Royce renting over there. So it's more economical. Your money go a long way. That's why they're going over there
Okay,
first and foremost.
so the engineer that I work with was a white male, right? And he
Hmm.
retired. He used to his wife was Filipino. And so this man was a racist though. He talked about he didn't talk about black people because I'm black, but I'm sure he didn't like us either. He talked about his wife so bad, but he said when he was going to retire to the Philippines because it was his dream. He bought property over there. I think he even started some little business
Hmm.
because he was an electrical engineer at the hospital. He said over there he's treated like a king. Like you said, the money is better, but over there he had social currency that he didn't have here. He was over, he's a little white guy, kind of dorky, wasn't I mean, he was probably I'm short. He's probably my height, okay? So
Hmm.
he never felt very secure in his masculinity. But over in the Philippines, the way this man talked
He
about the
he got his
Filipinos,
groove back.
yes, and so
He like
that to
Stella.
me
He
was,
like Stella got his groove back.
but he could go over to the Philippines as a white male and feel superior. That's what I got out of it. When you go to the Philippines, you got money and you got prestige, and you feel superior to those people. You
Well,
don't
I can't.
feel that way here.
Well, here's the thing though. But look, did he retire over there?
He retired here and then moved there.
Okay. So you said did he was he married over here at one point?
Yeah, his wife was here with him. Yes.
No, I mean, was he married in the United States at one point?
Yeah, same wife. He married his wife. They've
His
been
his
married for,
his wife is Asian.
yeah, she's Philippine. She's a Filipino.
He met her over in the Philippines.
No, I can't even tell you that because I
Well, I'm
don't know.
talking about prior to his wife, where he married before that.
No, his wife was always, he married one woman. She was a Filipino woman. He's been married to her for like 40, 50 years.
Oh, okay, okay, and then he retired and moved back to
He
her country.
retired and he moved over there because he taught the same thing you're saying. He was talking about economically how much he could do over there.
Right, right.
His retirement would be good. They had two kids, so he was able to put them through college and everything, full ride through college. But what I'm saying is the way he talked about the Filipino people, like he would make racist jokes, and there was a level of superiority that was pretty much sickening because he ended up getting written up about it because there was a Asian guy who just went to HR and complained about it. But it was, to me, it wasn't. He was not secure with his own manhood. So over there, he felt superior. He was like, "I'm a white guy. Do you know what it's like to be white in the Philippines with money?" Like it was like he over here. You
He
just
felt
a
like a rock
average.
star. Well,
Exactly.
I get what
So
he's
to
saying because he got his retirement. You know what I'm saying? He got a little money in his pocket. Because he don't have to spend all that ridiculous amount of rent, mortgage. He really over there living his best life.
but he don't have but you don't have to put people down though either though. You don't, even if you go to another
Well, you know
country.
what that could be too. You say he's
What?
short. He's short.
He's my height. Am I short? I'm short.
Wait a minute.
He's
Wait a
just a
minute. He your height?
he's just a hair taller than me. We could look
Okay, so
almost eye
give
to
him
eye.
give him a give him a little breathing room. I mean, come on. He probably got picked on. So now this his get back. You see what I'm saying?
But that's not right. But see,
Well, I know, but
but
look, the human mind. Let me say this. I want to say this. There's
hmm
people. You ever heard of this? Just people that just don't like people.
yeah.
Okay, so everybody have a right to feel how they want to feel. If you don't like somebody, you don't like somebody. But just imagine you say he's a hair taller than you.
Yeah.
Come on, think about that.
But
You know what I'm
Max,
saying?
you still don't go down and talk about like the Filipinos like they're beneath your.
No, I
You
know
don't
that.
do
No, I'm
that.
not talking about that. I'm talking about he finally has arrived. He feel like he's somebody.
Yeah,
That's what that is. I don't
but
agree
that's
with him talking down to people either. I don't agree with that. But he probably was picked on.
I could see that. I could
Just
see
think
that.
about him in high school.
Yeah.
Was he in the sports? Anything?
He couldn't have been in sports. What could he
Right,
have done? Water boy?
right. See, that's what I'm saying. So he probably was picked on severely. It's always a reason why people act a certain way. I be
Well,
trying to figure out the reason.
To me, I just felt that it was racist, and I knew that if he said that about the Filipino people, I just could imagine what he was saying about black
Okay,
folks.
well, it's like he was a hair taller than you. Was he at least built?
No, it was a little, little
Because
white
usually
guy.
when they like that, they lift a lot of weights.
Mm-mm, no, no. I mean, he was a father. By the time I had met him, his kids,
Okay,
he had kids and stuff. He was, trying to stack up his money so he could move to the Philippines. That's all he was worried about.
but he had already had a wife already,
Yes, they had 2 children. Uh-huh.
so she wanted to move back home. They just like, yeah, we out of here.
She was a stay she never had to work either. So that's another thing.
Nice.
So, like, here's the thing. When people talk about women that are submissive, his wife was submissive, but in her submission, she didn't want to help him paid nothing. She got to stay home. I, on the other hand, have been working all my life. You see what I'm saying? So are you
Yeah.
gonna expect me to be submissive when I gotta go to work and be the only black woman on the tech team and get talked down to? And then I'm supposed to how am I
Now,
gonna be
let me
submissive
ask you
when I
this:
gotta fight at work?
when you say submissive, what does that mean? Being submissive.
I don't know. That's just the term that black men use. I don't really know what they mean about being submissive. That's what I'm saying. Submissive to me means
Right, truth. Yeah, he probably never felt. That's what I meant. He probably never felt respect as a man until he went there. But I guarantee you, when he went there, his whole vibration changed, and he just relaxed. He's in relaxed mode now. Now, what you saying about the submissive part? Like, what is it? Do you think being submissive?
um okay. So for example, there's a content creator, I'm not going to say the name, who said y'all wanted Cassie was submissive, and I'll tell you offline who said it. Cassie was submissive, and look what he did. So this is a big content creator using the term submissive. She did what he did. He wanted jump on one leg, go sit down, stand up. That's it. That's submissive. No, it's not going to be me. You're not gonna get to berate me and talk down to me because I'm not gonna do it to you. It's like that song, I don't know, it's a song, Al Green said, "You gotta be good to me because 'cause Imma be good to you." Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how we could operate, and I mean and the man is the man. I'm conventional because I was raised with a father in the house, so my mom had a role, my dad had a role. I learned those things, but by no means am I you're supposed to disrespect me. First of all, I don't even understand how a man has a wife and puts her down. She's half of you. That's like you ha-
Okay,
I'm I'm gonna
Elizabeth.
stop.
Elizabeth said, um, submissive means staying in your lane.
What is my lane? Because for different men, it's different lanes. I have a lane, but as I have a partner, then we kind of develop that together. That if you're talking about me again, when they talked about Cassie, when Diddy
Mm.
said stand up, sit down, going to he calling her the B word. If that's submissiveness, that's not me.
Well, I think that's a little extreme.
Well, I think so
Yeah,
too.
that's a little
Now,
extreme.
okay, let me see if I can come up with an example.
Yeah,
If
give
I'm
me
in a
something
relationship,
else out there. That's like an extreme example. Like when somebody, I don't know, that's kind of subjective,
okay,
isn't it?
let me use it. Okay, me and you had this is an inside situation, so I'm not gonna
Okay,
get deep into it. But let's just say how we had a conversation yesterday, right?
right,
This is the quickest thing I could use as an example. I was dead set on doing one thing. My mind was, I'm not
right,
budging this. I had a talk with you, a
right,
male, a man. You
right,
said this, that, and I didn't agree with what you listen, we were talking it through. I was kinda like, "Mm, I
right.
don't know about this. Da, 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 da." What did I do? I took your advice. Now, to me, that's just a small example of what a relationship or how people are supposed to behave. Now, and that's very superficial. But what I'm saying is that when you're with a man, you should be able to go to him for guidance. He
Mm.
should have say and input as to what you do. You can't tell me, "Hey, go stand in the middle of the street, let a car hit you." I'm not gonna
No,
do that.
that's
But
crazy. Yeah, that's
right.
crazy.
But when we're talking about I'm rational, and
Right.
then it's like, okay, you think I should? All right, I don't agree with this, but okay, okay. That to
And you
me,
know
I don't know.
another thing, though,
Hmm.
you're a Leo too.
So what does that mean? I mean, what you saying?
Leos are very like the Leos I know. They not trying to let nobody hear them say nothing. They like if they set in their way, that's it.
No, but I'm not. Listen, just like like when we were talking, I didn't agree with you. I had made up my mind. I'm doing this, but then you said nah, and I listened to
Well,
you.
no, that's kind of different. You were just kind of like
But
we
that's
were
how
just
it's.
having a conversation. That's not
But that
being.
but I'm saying, but that's how
Yeah, I get you.
relationships work, though. But
Let
that's
me.
how it is. Hmm.
Can you read Truth's?
Oh,
Um.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to here. Let's see. You done got me out of my seat. Uh,
Truth.
let's see. Okay, submissive to me is just a woman being understanding, and we do for yeah without arguing. Or yeah, okay. Thank you
That's
for
it. Yeah,
articulating that.
I
Yeah,
agree with him
that's it.
right there.
That's it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I think when I hear submissive from some men, I think my view of submissiveness is okay. Have you seen those shows, 90 Day Fiance?
Maybe we gotta use a different word. Maybe we shouldn't use submissive because that do sound kind of extreme.
It
Like
sounds
you,
like you're
because for
subservient,
you, you're thinking to yourself, I gotta submit. I gotta. That's what you're
and
thinking. Like I gotta
and
give up some rights
it's
and shit.
it's like almost saying you have to be subservient, like bowing down to somebody, right?
Right. Nah, we're not
It's not,
talking that. No. So
but
we might have to use a different word.
I think it's the respect. I feel in the way I was raised. My father was the head of the household. Period.
Oh
Did
yeah, that
they
was a
have
different
disagreement?
time. Yeah, that was a
But
different time.
that's how I was raised. So I'm always like I don't want a man that I have to rule for every. I don't. That's not. I don't want to be I'm not a man. I'm a woman. So I don't want to be in control of everything. I think there's some basic things that I'm responsible for, but I feel like the man has a role as well. Like women, and traditionally the way I was raised was my mom was the house, pretty much the housekeeper, and my mom did work too. So I'm just
Okay.
saying it's
Yeah, that's and then yeah, Antoine said submissive and always negative. Ryan said, I think submissive isn't just not ordering. Yeah, it's not just ordering each other around. That's crazy.
I think it's kind of knowing your partner
Yeah.
and you know I mean, I don't. It's such a broad word. I don't know what people mean. What it means. I just know that I don't want a man to abuse his power over me. I think women will lead when they know you have good intentions. Diddy and Cassie, she should not have submitted to him. Look at what he did to her. Now that's a good example of that's no submission. Should not have done that.
But I'm gonna tell you this though, that's an extreme case. That's an
But
extreme case of submission.
yeah, but I'm saying some
What's
women.
extreme?
Okay, there was one lady, which people misunderstood what she was saying. But one lady was saying that she let her husband go have relations with other women, right?
Hmm.
She was like, because the Bible says do with your husband. I don't agree with that.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I'm a little
abuse, Ryan.
sure.
That's not
Um,
that's abuse.
well, they used the word submission. It's a black man who said it.
That's he said that. Puff said that.
Let's see. Antoine says that's the issue. Some women want to be in charge and be spoiled at the same time. Um, I don't know about women wanting to be spoiled. I don't know when you say spoiled because if it's a working woman, I don't feel like that's being spoiled. Some women are stay-at-home moms, so is that considered being spoiled? I think women and men have different. We're just different by physiology. Our biology is different, and we are raised differently. So they're gonna be something okay, a perfect example is like gay males, right? They tend to act like women. Why do they act like women? Because the norm is for women to do certain things, right?
Mm.
So it's the same thing. women, I don't know in terms of being spoiled, but I think that we have certain expectations for men to be leaders in the household. I think.
Mm.
Um, I'm trying to read the chat. Uh, he's been attracted to rich lifestyle. She was with Ryan Leslie. Then he dated spoiled in reference to being taken care of. But Anton, most American women are working women. The percentage of women in this country, those countries you go to where you talk about they're submissive, they don't have to work. They work in the house, right? I mean, if correct me if I'm wrong.
You have some that you have a working class there.
No, I know you have a working class, but when those men go over there, they're generally are
Oh,
they
yeah.
they're usually getting a woman that I mean, I've heard them talk about the type of women that they have. A lot of it
Well,
seems to be based on physical attractiveness too.
yeah, that, and
I,
it's also you have to live over there too. You're not just gonna go over there and you're not just gonna go over there and find somebody.
so
You
Ryan,
have to actually live over there. Like,
Ryan says, "Why? Let me ask you, why can't the roles be reversed? They can be reversed. I'm not. In my relationships, I'm not looking for a man to be a woman. I know I'm a female, and I have feminine
no, why?
ways,
I
and
think he meant the roles be reversed. Like, not like that.
like what?
Let me see what he say. He might, Ryan. You might want to.
Yeah,
What you mean
like
the
okay,
roles
a stay.
reversed, Ryan?
I don't want to stay at home husband. No, I
You
don't.
don't want to stay at home husband.
Mm-mm.
Look how you said it. You
I
said,
mean, oh,
You
look,
said,
if he
is
said,
this the way
look,
you
if
said?
no, no, listen, if he
I'm a
okay,
goofball. I just gotta find something funny and something.
I don't.
You said,
Okay, so
You said, mm.
I mean, why can't the man be a house husband? And what I now see, I wasn't raised. Now that I wasn't raised with my dad was a provider. My mom
Well,
worked.
here's the
So,
thing. Here's the
uh huh.
thing. What happens if you make, let's say, okay, well, we're looking at California, so we're gonna have to, let's see, let's say if you're making after taxes, you're making 1.2 million a year.
That's a millionaire.
Is that enough for him to live at home and just take care
Okay,
of the house for you and the kids?
listen.
Because some
Okay,
men
let
do
me.
that. Some men do that.
Um,
Because some men have different things. Some people are retired, and some
see.
people retire from the military. You know, they can live at home with the kids.
Okay, so now those are different variables. If this man has, if I've seen that he's had a history, okay, I just don't want a man who just, okay, let me say this. I had somebody in my family,
Hmm.
his wife was a bus driver. They were married for 20 some odd years,
Okay,
and he didn't work.
what did he do?
And,
He
huh?
stay at home,
He stayed at home.
help with the kids.
No kids, just got high.
That's an extreme like example.
But, but I'm just, what,
You say you just stayed at home and got. I'm sorry to
listen,
laugh at
Max,
that, but
Max,
yeah, it's the
look,
way you said it.
the fun, and you saying you laughing, but that's the probate I'm taking care of right now.
Okay, I get
I'm
it.
taking
You
I'm
don't.
taking care of
Yeah.
the estate right now. You, my family was like, you letting this man sit lay up all day. You not asking nothing. Are you crazy? We tried to get. I don't think it's right because this woman is going to work, hustling. What are you doing? You're not even really. You're not emotional.
What if he work online? What if he like a content creator?
He did that's work though. See, that's the difference. Work is work.
Yeah, it
That's
is
working.
work. I ain't gonna lie to you, it is work.
Yeah, that's work.
That's
That's
like
not the
round the
same.
clock work.
Yeah, that's work. That's real work. I'm talking about somebody who is not contributing to the income household. That's not gonna work for me. I mean, people
But
probably don't like it.
what if he's a real nice guy and he just a vibe?
Then we gonna be a vibe together. That's my
Yeah,
homie.
he's a vibe. You know what I'm
He's a
saying?
vibe. She'll change his vibration or something. We're
He
not
changed the
doing that.
vibration.
I can't. No, that's what I can't do. Now, I'm not sitting up here. I think as a grown man, you got to take
Yeah,
care of
we
your.
just being extreme. We just being extreme with it. That's
If
all.
if I have listen,
That's
if
some
I have a
extreme shit.
husband and my husband got disabled and I had to keep working, that's different. That's my partner. Something happened. But if you I'm not letting no man lay up on me and he not working or nothing. No. Why? What are you doing, sir? Are you expanding your brain and your knowledge? No, no. Do you want a woman to just lay up and do nothing? Do you want a
Uh,
woman?
some men got women like that.
She
I
doing
don't. I mean,
something.
I don't agree with it. I believe
She doing
everybody
she
should be doing, doing their thing. But
But no, but look, even Diddy's girls, they had to be pretty. They had to be a certain they had to get smacked upside their head sometimes. Everybody had a job. Ask gas or grass, nobody rides for free. Period.
yeah,
I mean, you have to be if you're in a relationship, you might not necessarily I don't know. I know this is not popular, but I don't subscribe to the where a man just the woman is the breadwinner in the house. We could be 50-50, but I can't go with it's all on me. I don't think that's fair.
yeah, I get that. I get that. Especially the
I want
way things are expensive out here.
I want a man who is equally as motivated as me. I want somebody who we can reach our dreams and goals together. And it's not
There's
even
nothing wrong with
necessarily
that.
huh?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Like I can't like I'm going out there hustling at the workplace and I'm coming home and you sitting up there eating bonbons on the couch all day playing video games.
Yeah, I get that.
And no, and by the same token, I had a friend who was a stay-at-home mom. Her husband was from Costa Rica, so he was a little different. He let her be a stay-at-home mom. She wouldn't clean up the house. She didn't cook. She
Yeah,
got
that's
overweight and stuff. So he eventually they got a divorce because we tried to tell her, that's your job. You're supposed to make sure when this man gets home, it's his sanctuary. You're supposed to do this, this, and this. You can't just lay up, let yourself go. No. It got to the point, I mean, we don't talk anymore, but she got to the point where she couldn't even bathe herself. She had gained so much weight, he would have to get in the shower. Come on now. Do you think
what?
somebody's gonna yeah. Do you think somebody's going to be attracted to that forever? This man is going out working and coming home and you don't even have the gumption to get up and clean up so when he comes home his meal's ready or you know what I'm saying? Well, how are you enhancing his life? You're
Damn,
not.
you said she got to the point she couldn't even bathe herself.
Yeah, she had got to the point. Well, she had the baby, but she just kind of let herself go, and we would tell her. Actually, it's funny because she's from the New York area. She had came out to California, and she met him out here, and they ended up getting married. And she just let herself go. And see, he's from Costa Rica, so he's from there, where I guess it's different culture, right? It was okay for her to be a stay at home mom because the New York guys where she was from, they wasn't doing that. No, they wasn't doing that. She was pretty, but she wasn't gonna get to lay up on them like that. No,
Yeah.
she would, and all he wanted was his plantains cooked and stuff like that. She wasn't even doing that.
Mm.
So I think it has to be equal. Everybody, when you have a partner, everybody has wants, needs, and desires, and what your partner wants, you got to fulfill it. What the other person wants, you have to fulfill it. Everybody's not gonna get everything, but it's gonna be a compromise. Anton said it sounds like an episode of My 600-Pound Life. Pretty much is what it got to be. But Anton, it could be what I think now that I'm more mature, I think she probably went into a depression. And at that time, I didn't know what that looked like. So I think everybody was bashing her and not really being supportive. But I think it was more a depression, but still. I really think a lot of women, I don't know if a man has to be rich. I don't really think a man has to be rich. I just think women want ambition. We want somebody to inspire us. We want to inspire them. We want to be able to celebrate and do things together. And I think that's just kind of the basics. Is that so hard?
No,
Yeah.
it sound like an episode of
My
My
600
600
pound life.
Pound Life.
That's pretty much what it turned into. It was
That's
crazy.
crazy.
Yeah, but it's true though. She was, yeah, it could have been postpartum. Yeah.
Yeah, it could
But
have been that too.
I mean, uh but okay, so what is her husband supposed to do though? I mean, he's
Um,
supposed to be understanding, but I don't know, she didn't take the proper steps to try to figure it out. It turned into what appeared to just be laziness, and I think that's what eventually eroded the marriage.
right,
And he was fair enough to let her be a stay-at-home mom. And they bought a house out in California. So, yeah.
man.
But I don't think I mean, this whole passport thing, I think people should be allowed, if they find love, abroad or whatever, then that should be okay. I just say that while we're pointing fingers at one group, the group can always point fingers back. That's all I'm saying. The same way they can say, well, you're not submissive, the women can say something about them. Somebody said earlier, women keep their kids, black women don't, something about their kids. And my point is that a lot of black women feel that black men don't take care of their kids. They leave the burden on the woman. So, like, we can always point fingers at each other and say what we're not doing versus trying to find the positive things that we are doing.
Right.
But I
Yeah,
still
that's
think
true.
there's a lot of good men out there, though. I do.
Yeah, it's a lot of good people out here. Period. Just
It
gotta
is.
find them. Just gotta find them.
Listen, so since I've been at that trial, since I've been coming out there, I mean, I haven't been looking, but it's been a couple guys been kind of nice, and I'm like, okay, and that's cool. I mean, I'm in California, so I'm not really tripping, but it's some nice men. You know what I mean? I don't know what their lives are like. I don't know what's going on with everybody, but it's some gentlemen out there, some cool dudes or whatever. You just, like you said, you just got to get out and meet people.
Yo, you just
It's
gotta get
not.
out there.
Yeah. Oh,
Yo.
Ryan gave me a thumbs up. Good job, celebrity, on answering y'all put me in a hot seat. I didn't have no female representation. Tomorrow, Max, I gotta have some
Oh,
ladies on the panel with me.
yeah, we gonna have them on again.
Let's be balanced, because y'all was coming at me,
The
right?
last time y'all went on there, I fell asleep on y'all.
Yeah, yeah, that was a good one. Okay, so what I was saying is I don't believe Cassie is so innocent. I just don't. And I know that's not popular, but I feel that all of the people that are testifying against Diddy, that they shouldn't be. They did some wrong too. Why is everybody getting off but him?
Right. It
Truth
seemed
over
right.
emotion. He says, "I just want a woman with a sales background, and we can build a tech empire together." It's a lot of, I mean, truth over emotions. It's a lot of women well, now I don't know about sales, but the tech industry, it's a lot of those girls graduating. I don't know what age group, but it's a lot of them out there. Since I've been in New York, it's a lot of black girls out there doing the thing out there. They out there, they have so many events where the young black males and the females are out there hustling and doing their thing. Look at, like, a Lauren LaRosa. I'm just using her as an example
Right.
because we've been seeing her, but she's in the media world. But there's so many. I'm seeing so many young women out there and young men, like, in doing their things, entrepreneurs and stuff. It's a lot. Truth says, oh, Truth, I think. Oh, he says you're looking for a dream maker. I gotta check out what the dream maker is, because I might want a dream maker too. Truth or Emotions, what's your website? Oh, what kind of tech do you do? I'm in cyber. I'm getting ready to start studying for the Google Cloud Security. I need to get another little cert, but that's gonna be my next thing. No, don't post any ads. Go to events. Get out and meet people. Go to some of those tech events. Like I don't know what type of women. Like, do you go to? They have that Digitech Financials. Okay, so I'm in the financial sector too. For like a credit card company in the cyber. Um, do you go to what's the big one that everybody goes to every year? All of the black people go to. It's a big one, and it's I think in Texas every year. Um,
Bitcoin.
no, it's a black one, but all the techies go, and it's getting bigger. Um, I think it started getting big like around the 2020, like in 2020. I know
Yeah.
y'all know. What is it? Let me see. It's yeah, Austin. What is it? What's the name of it? Truth. You know what I'm talking about. Have you been before? What is it? I'm waiting for you to type it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, why don't you go there? My daughter went a couple years. You meet a lot of people there, and they're in your space. Um,
Austin Digital.
it is what is it? It's right on the tip. Afrotech. Yes, Afrotech. Afrotech.
Okay. Afrotech. Okay.
Yeah, that's the big one. And you find a lot of you get to meet a lot of people. And then I think they have the NSBE, the National Black Society of Engineers. That's another one.
Yeah, I heard about
Um,
that one.
that's a pretty big one. And then, of course, all of the sororities. And I mean, so I don't really do all of that like I used to, but they have events where you can, you meet a lot of people, a lot of women, professional women, progressive women. Some maybe a little bit gold diggerish, but not all, you know. But like Max said, you just got to get out there and meet people.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good conversation that, because I always want to know people perspective, especially when we getting older, on how it is out here dating. Um, because I hear a lot of people saying it's hard to find somebody or find somebody you're comfortable with. Um, so I always want to hear people's perspective on it. So, because you got the passport bros, we got the passport sis now, because they out there too. Yep, they out there traveling. Yeah, I'm doing a show tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. But yeah, man, I've been on long enough. Guys, I enjoyed the conversation. We'll do it again tomorrow. Um, but yeah, this is a long video. This video was like we were just kicking it at the end. Oh, the real video was earlier. Just did a recap on the things that they probably going to be focused on in the closing statements. So I did something on that. If you want to go back to the beginning, it's there. I even wrote up a mock closing statement for both sides. So I thought that was cool. But yeah, man. Um, you guys enjoy your Monday, and I will talk to you guys on the next one. But yeah, I enjoyed the convo. You said it's a good. We had to chat different stuff. Right, Justin Diddy. We're gonna have to do that again. Ryan tomorrow. But it was a different change. Liz on her way to the Wu-Tang concert. Liz, you going to the Wu-Tang concert? I just saw that. She going to the Wu-Tang. Um, you just plug your phone back in. Okay. She going to the Wu-Tang concert tonight. Wait, Liz, is it the whole Wu-Tang or is it just some of them? Is all the Wu-Tang members there? I mean, besides besides Old Dirty Bastard, are they all there? That's kind of cool. They put on a good concert, by the way. You'll get your money's worth, and they might have Nas with them, Liz. Nas might be with them because he's with them all the time. So you might get some show from Nas tonight too. And sometimes they don't be announcing that he's there, but he's there. He'd be doing a lot of tour dates with them. But yeah, you're gonna have a good time there. Wait, celebrity said, at Elizabeth Ramos, you down for a stay-at-home hubby? That's Liz. Liz, my mother said hello. She on her way to a concert to have fun. She probably in the car. Oh, they got a new album called Black Samson. I didn't know that. Yeah, their concerts, they don't lip sync. They usually perform it. They're old school with it. And they usually bring people on, and but if they got some new music, they're gonna be playing that for sure. If they do, they got new music. I'm gonna have to listen to it. I didn't even know they had something out. Man, that's been their first collective album in a long time. They performing somewhere in LA. She out in LA, celebrity. But all right, guys, I guess I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate you guys coming on. We'll do it again, I guess tomorrow. but I'll let you guys know. I'll schedule it. And actually, let me see. Tomorrow, I'm not going to go to the trial tomorrow. I'll just go back Tuesday. But I guess I'm going to see what the updates are for tomorrow from the trial. So look out for that. And Celebrity will be in the house Tuesday. She'll be at the trial. Well, when do you get in? She get in she get in Tuesday, I believe. So I guess Wednesday. You'll be there just in time for everything closing up. Closing statements. So we'll be there for closing statements and see what happened. But it's gonna be crazy, man. All right, guys. I'll catch you on the next one.